Hi friends. If you're enjoying my videos, please hit the like button. It helps the YouTube algorithm notice me. Now sit back, relax, and enjoy the story. The gravel crunched beneath our boots as we made our way down the winding trail toward Cabin 7. November 2019 had brought an early frost to the Adirondack Mountains, and the bare branches overhead created a skeletal canopy against the gray afternoon sky. My 18-year-old daughter Megan walked beside me, her breath forming small clouds in the crisp air as she took in her first glimpse of the remote camp that had been part of my life for over 3 decades. "It's really isolated out here, Dad," she said, adjusting her backpack straps as we navigated around a fallen branch that had partially blocked the narrow path. I nodded, remembering my own first impression of this place back in 1987 when I was just a college freshman. The camp, owned by my alma mater, consisted of 10 rustic cabins scattered throughout nearly 200 acres of pristine wilderness. Each structure was positioned strategically to provide maximum privacy, connected only by a network of hiking trails that meandered through towering pines and hardwood groves. The quarter-mile walk from the parking area felt longer than usual, weighed down as we were with supplies for our 3-day retreat. I had specifically requested Cabin 7 because it sat in what the camp staff called the Glade, a small clearing surrounded by ancient hemlocks that created a natural amphitheater of sorts. A thin walking path continued past the cabin's front porch, eventually leading to the more remote cabins deeper in the woods. As we approached our destination, I felt the familiar sense of peace that always accompanied my arrival here. The cabin's rustic construction was a testament to early American craftsmanship. Massive logs hewn directly from the surrounding forest, fitted together with such precision that they had weathered decades of harsh mountain winters. The structure seemed to grow organically from the forest floor, as if it had always been part of this landscape. "Wow, it really is like stepping back in time," Megan observed, running her hand along the smooth surface of one of the porch support posts. The covered porch stretched across the entire front of the cabin, its wooden railing weathered to a silvery gray. Built into the left side of the railing was a sturdy wood rack, constructed of thick horizontal slats designed to hold split logs off the ground. I fished the old brass key from my jacket pocket and unlocked the heavy wooden door. The hinges creaked as it swung open, releasing the familiar scent of aged wood and cold ash from the massive stone fireplace that dominated the main room. The interior was spartanly furnished but comfortable. 2 well-worn leather couches arranged around the hearth, a solid oak dining table, and a galley kitchen that looked like it hadn't been updated since the 1960s. "No electricity?" Megan asked, noting the absence of light switches or outlets. "Propane lanterns only," I confirmed, pointing to the brass fixtures mounted on the log walls. "And no running water either. See that blue container by the sink? That's our water supply for the next 3 days." She examined the 10-gallon plastic jug positioned to the left of the simple porcelain sink, which was set into a wooden counter against the far wall. The primitive conditions were part of the camp's charm, designed to encourage disconnection from the modern world and reconnection with simpler pleasures. Behind the main room, a narrow hallway led to 2 small bedrooms, each furnished identically with twin beds positioned against opposite walls and a single window centered between them. The beds were covered with thick wool blankets that smelled faintly of cedar from the storage chests where they spent the off-season. "I call the left bed," Megan announced, dropping her duffel bag on the mattress nearest the exterior wall. "Works for me," I replied, though I couldn't shake a vague uneasiness about her choice. The window between our beds looked out into dense forest, where the last rays of afternoon sunlight were already beginning to fade between the tree trunks. We spent the next hour unloading our supplies and settling in. I showed Megan how to operate the propane lanterns and explained the quirks of the old wood-burning stove in the kitchen. By the time we had finished organizing our gear, the temperature inside the cabin had dropped noticeably, and I could see my breath when I exhaled. "Time to earn our warmth," I announced, grabbing the splitting axe from its hook beside the back door. One of the camp traditions is that every guest splits their own firewood. Good exercise and guarantees you'll appreciate the heat. Outside, a neat pile of seasoned logs waited beside the chopping block, positioned about 50 yards behind the cabin. The wood had been cut from trees that had fallen naturally in recent storms, part of the camp's sustainable forestry practices. As we worked, taking turns with the heavy axe, I found myself frequently glancing toward the tree line. The forest seemed unusually quiet for this time of day, lacking the typical sounds of small animals foraging for winter provisions. Megan proved surprisingly adept with the axe, her college softball training evident in her smooth, powerful swing. Within 30 minutes, we had accumulated enough split wood to last through the cold night ahead, plus extra for the following day. As we carried armloads of the fragrant pine and oak back to the cabin, the sun finally disappeared behind the western ridgeline, plunging the glade into premature twilight. Loading the wood onto the stone hearth inside, I built our first fire with the practiced efficiency of someone who had performed this ritual countless times. The kindling caught quickly, followed by progressively larger pieces until flames danced cheerfully in the firebox. We arranged the excess wood in the rack on the porch, stacking it carefully to promote air circulation and prevent moisture buildup. By the time we had finished our preparations, full darkness had settled over the camp. The only illumination came from our fire and the soft glow of a single propane lantern I had lit above the kitchen counter. Outside, the November night pressed against the windows like a living thing, and the temperature continued its steady descent toward what the weather forecast had predicted would be a record-breaking low for this date. "I can see why you love it here," Megan said as we settled onto one of the couches I had turned to face the fireplace. "It's like the rest of the world doesn't exist." I nodded, opening the paperback novel I had brought for the trip. The isolation was indeed one of the camp's greatest attractions. No cell phone service, no internet, no distractions from the constant connectivity that defined modern life. Here, time moved at the pace of burning logs and turning pages, measured by the gradual accumulation of glowing coals rather than digital clocks. We cooked our dinner on the wood stove, a simple meal of roasted chicken and vegetables that tasted infinitely better in this setting than it would have in any restaurant. The only sounds were the crackling of burning wood and the occasional settling creaks of the old cabin adjusting to the dropping temperature. Even the wind had died away, leaving us in a bubble of perfect silence. As we cleaned up after dinner, I caught myself listening for sounds from outside, not from any sense of danger, but from long habit. In 30 years of visits to this camp, I had heard every variety of night sound these mountains could produce. The haunting calls of loons from distant lakes, the rustle of deer moving through underbrush, the sharp crack of branches breaking under the weight of snow or ice. Tonight, however, the forest remained eerily quiet, as if every living creature had decided to remain hidden. That first night, I slept better than I had in months. The combination of crisp mountain air, physical exertion from splitting wood, and the hypnotic warmth of the dying fire created perfect conditions for deep, dreamless rest. I woke naturally as pale dawn light filtered through the frost-covered windows, feeling refreshed and eager to share this special place with my daughter. The temperature inside the cabin had dropped considerably during the night. I could see my breath clearly as I quietly rebuilt the fire from the cold ashes. The ritual of coaxing flames back to life from buried embers always gave me a sense of primitive satisfaction, connecting me to generations of humans who had performed the same essential task. Megan emerged from the bedroom as the coffee began percolating on the wood stove, her hair tousled and her cheeks pink from the cold. "I can't believe how quiet it was," she said, wrapping herself in one of the wool blankets from her bed. "I usually need some kind of background noise to fall asleep, but last night was different. The silence was almost comfortable." After a hearty breakfast of scrambled eggs and bacon cooked on the old cast-iron stove, we set out to explore the broader camp property. I wanted to show Megan some of the other cabins where I had stayed over the years, each with its own character and history. The morning air was sharp and clean, scented with pine resin and the earthy smell of decomposing leaves. We hiked the main trail that connected all 10 cabins, stopping to examine the architectural details that made each structure unique. Cabin 3, where I had stayed during my honeymoon 25 years earlier, featured an elaborate stone chimney decorated with fossils found on the property. Cabin 9, perched on a small bluff overlooking a beaver pond, had been built entirely from American chestnut logs, now an impossibly rare and valuable wood. The clouds had thickened during our walk, and by the time we returned to Cabin 7 around noon, a light drizzle had begun to fall. I quickly rebuilt our fire while Megan prepared sandwiches for lunch. The cabin felt wonderfully cozy as we settled back onto the couch with our simple meal, listening to the gentle patter of raindrops on the roof. "I understand now why you've been coming here for so long," Megan said, curling up in the corner of the couch with her book. "There's something almost addictive about the simplicity. No decisions to make except when to add wood to the fire and what to read next." I smiled, remembering my own first experience of this place and how it had instantly become a refuge from the complexities of academic life. Over the decades, I had brought roommates, girlfriends, and eventually my wife to this camp. Megan was the first of my children to show interest in joining me, and I was grateful she seemed to appreciate what made this place special. We spent the afternoon reading in comfortable silence, occasionally commenting on our books or feeding another log to the fire. The rain continued steadily but gently, creating a soothing background rhythm that made the warm interior feel even more welcoming. Every so often, I would glance up from my pages to watch my daughter, noting how the firelight softened her features and gave her an almost timeless appearance. She could have been any young woman from any era, seeking solace and wisdom in the pages of a book beside a warming fire. As evening approached, the rain tapered off, leaving the forest glistening with moisture. I lit several of the wall-mounted propane lanterns, casting a warm, steady glow throughout the main room. We prepared a more elaborate dinner than the previous night: pasta with meat sauce, garlic bread warmed on the wood stove, and a bottle of wine I had been saving for a special occasion. "To new traditions," I toasted as we sat down at the oak table. "To new traditions," Megan agreed, clinking her glass against mine. The meal was leisurely, and conversation flowed easily between us. We talked about her plans after college graduation, my memories of my own early career, and the changes we had both noticed in the world over the past few years. The wine and warmth of the cabin created an atmosphere of intimate honesty that rarely occurred in our normal daily interactions. As we cleaned up after dinner, I found myself feeling genuinely content. This trip was accomplishing exactly what I had hoped, providing quality time with my daughter while introducing her to a place that had shaped so many of my most treasured memories. The rain had stopped completely, and through the windows I could see stars beginning to appear between the dispersing clouds. "Perfect timing," I observed, nodding toward the clearing sky. "Tomorrow should be ideal hiking weather." Megan yawned and stretched, the combination of fresh air, wine, and the hypnotic warmth of the fire making her drowsy. "I think I'm ready for bed," she announced. "That mountain air really takes it out of you." I banked the fire carefully, ensuring enough coals would survive to make morning fire starting easier, and followed her toward the bedrooms. As I prepared for sleep, I felt a deep sense of satisfaction with how the trip was progressing. Megan seemed genuinely enchanted with the camp, and we were building exactly the kind of shared experience I had hoped for. Outside, the forest had returned to its profound nighttime quiet. No wind stirred the branches, no animals called to each other across the darkness. The silence was so complete it seemed almost solid, wrapping around the cabin like a protective blanket. As I drifted toward sleep, I remember thinking that this might be one of the most peaceful places left on Earth. I was completely unprepared for what the next day would bring. The second day dawned crisp and clear, with brilliant sunshine streaming through windows still etched with delicate frost patterns. I woke feeling energized and optimistic, eager to continue showing Megan the hidden treasures of the camp property. After rebuilding the fire and starting coffee, I stepped onto the front porch to assess the weather conditions for our planned longer hike. The air was so clean and sharp it seemed to cut into my lungs with each breath. Every detail of the surrounding forest stood out with startling clarity. Individual needles on the pine boughs, the intricate patterns of bark on the oak trees, the crystalline droplets of moisture still clinging to spider webs stretched between branches. It was the kind of perfect autumn morning that makes you grateful to be alive and aware. Megan emerged from the cabin carrying 2 steaming mugs of coffee, her cheeks already pink from the cold air. "It's like a postcard out here," she said, handing me one of the cups and settling onto the porch railing beside me. We spent a pleasant hour planning our day's adventure over breakfast, studying the hand-drawn trail map that had been left in the cabin by previous guests. I wanted to show her the old fire tower on the property's highest peak, a remnant from the days when forest fires posed a constant threat to these mountains. The hike would take most of the morning, but the views from the top were spectacular on a clear day like this. By mid-morning, we had packed day packs with water and snacks and set out on the trail that wound up the mountainside behind the cabin. The path was well maintained, but challenging, climbing steadily through groves of birch and maple trees that had dropped their leaves to create a thick golden carpet beneath our feet. Megan proved to be an excellent hiking companion, maintaining a steady pace while pointing out interesting rock formations and wildlife signs along the way. The fire tower, when we finally reached it after 2 hours of climbing, was even more impressive than I had remembered. Built in the 1930s by the Civilian Conservation Corps, the steel structure rose 60 feet above the tree line, offering panoramic views of the entire Adirondack region. We climbed the metal stairs to the observation platform, where a rusty logbook invited visitors to record their impressions. "This is incredible," Megan breathed, slowly turning to take in the 360-degree vista of mountains, lakes, and forest stretching to the horizon in every direction. I had no idea the camp was situated in such spectacular country. I pointed out various landmarks visible from our elevated perch: the lake where I had learned to canoe as a college student, the ridgeline that marked the boundary of the state park, the distant peaks where serious mountaineers tested their skills against some of the Northeast's most challenging climbs. For nearly an hour, we remained on the platform, sharing stories and simply absorbing the magnificent scenery. The hike back down to Cabin 7 took less time than the ascent, but our legs were definitely feeling the effects of the morning's exertion by the time we reached the familiar clearing. The sun had climbed high enough to warm the air considerably, and we were both grateful to settle onto the front porch for a rest before preparing lunch. "I need to get that fire going again," I said, noting that the interior of the cabin felt noticeably cooler than when we had left. "Should have banked it better before we headed out." Inside, I knelt before the stone hearth and began the process of coaxing flames back to life from the few remaining embers buried in the ash. The wood I had left on the hearth that morning was bone dry and caught quickly, soon producing the cheerful crackling sound that had become the soundtrack to our stay. Within minutes, warmth began radiating from the fireplace, and the cabin regained its welcoming atmosphere. Megan had taken her customary position on the couch, book in hand, when we both heard it. The sound came from directly behind us, outside the cabin but very close. It was unlike anything I had ever heard before, a rolling, rumbling noise that seemed to move from left to right across what I knew had to be the front porch. My first thought was that one of the logs from the wood rack had somehow shifted and rolled across the wooden decking, but something about the sound felt wrong. It was too deliberate, too controlled to be a simple case of gravity acting on an unstable piece of firewood. Megan and I locked eyes immediately, both of us frozen in position on the couch. "Did you hear that?" I asked, though her expression made the question unnecessary. "Yes," she whispered, "but it sounded like it came from back there." She pointed toward the rear of the cabin, which confused me because I was certain the sound had originated from the front porch area. I stood up slowly, my heart rate accelerating as I tried to process what we had just experienced. In all my years of visiting this camp, I'd become familiar with every sound the forest could produce: falling branches, small animals scurrying through underbrush, the occasional larger mammal moving through the vicinity. This sound was different. It had an intentional quality that suggested intelligence behind it. Probably just some other guests walking along the trail, I said, though even as I spoke the words, I knew they weren't true. The rolling sound hadn't been footsteps, and it had come from the porch itself, not the walking path that passed 15 feet away from the cabin's front steps. I moved to the window and peered out toward the trail, expecting to see hikers, or perhaps some of the camp maintenance staff making their rounds. The forest was completely empty. No movement, no signs of human presence, no indication that anyone else was anywhere in the vicinity. Returning to where Megan sat, I could see fear beginning to creep into her expression. Her book lay forgotten in her lap, and her eyes had taken on a wide, alert quality that reminded me of how deer look when they sense a predator nearby. "I better take a look outside," I said, trying to keep my voice steady and reassuring. The last thing I wanted was for this incident to ruin what had been a perfect trip so far. I walked to the hearth and selected a piece of split wood about 3 feet long. Not quite a weapon, but something solid I could swing if the situation required it. The weight of the hardwood in my hands provided a small measure of comfort as I approached the front door. "I'll be right back," I told Megan, though I noticed my voice sounded less confident than I had intended. The brass doorknob felt cold under my palm as I turned it slowly, listening for any sounds from the other side. The hinges creaked as I opened the door just wide enough to slip through, then closed it behind me with a soft click that seemed unnaturally loud in the stillness. I stood on the threshold for a moment, letting my eyes adjust to the bright sunlight after the relative dimness of the cabin interior. Every detail of the porch appeared exactly as it should. The wood rack still neatly stacked with split logs, the railing showing its normal pattern of weathered wood grain, the decking clean except for a few scattered leaves that had fallen during our morning hike. Taking 2 deliberate steps onto the porch proper, I turned first to my left, scanning the area where the trail emerged from the forest. Nothing moved among the trees, and I could see far enough along the path to confirm that no other hikers were approaching or departing. The silence was so complete I could hear my own heartbeat pounding in my ears. Then I turned to the right, toward the wood rack where I believed the sound had originated. What I saw in that moment changed everything I thought I understood about the nature of reality. Hovering approximately 3 feet above the carefully stacked logs in the wood rack was something that defied every category my rational mind tried to impose upon it. At first glance, it resembled a tentacle from some massive sea creature, thick as my forearm at the base, tapering to a more slender tip, perhaps 4 feet in length overall. But this was no marine animal displaced to an Adirondack forest. The surface appeared to be a mottled light brown color marked with irregular white spots, while the underside showed a pale, almost translucent quality. Most unsettling of all, the entire form seemed to shift and shimmer as I stared at it, as if it existed only partially in the physical world I recognized. It possessed a luminous quality that reminded me of heat mirages rising from summer pavement, but far more substantial and purposeful. The moment my eyes fully focused on this impossible apparition, it reacted to my presence with startling intelligence. The appendage quickly withdrew, pulling back around the corner of the cabin with smooth, fluid motion that suggested complete awareness of being observed. There was nothing random or instinctive about its movement. This thing had been watching me just as intently as I was now watching it. What happened next taught me the true meaning of paralyzing terror. I had always been somewhat skeptical when reading accounts of people who claimed to be frozen with fear, assuming it was simply a dramatic exaggeration. Now I understood that it was a literal physiological response. Every muscle in my body locked simultaneously, as if my nervous system had simply stopped communicating with my limbs. My brain continued functioning normally, racing through possible explanations, and screaming at my body to move, to investigate, to do something other than stand there like a statue. But my feet might as well have been nailed to the wooden porch decking. The split log I had brought for protection hung useless in my grip, my arm too rigid to raise it even if I had wanted to. The rational part of my mind desperately sought conventional explanations. Could it have been some kind of atmospheric phenomenon? Perhaps heat distortion from the warming day creating optical illusions. Might it have been an unusually large snake, though no serpent species in this region grew to such proportions or possessed that particular coloration. Was there any possibility of an elaborate prank being perpetrated by other camp guests, though the technology required for such a hoax seemed far beyond anything readily available? None of these explanations felt adequate to what I had witnessed. The thing I had seen possessed a quality of undeniable presence, a substance that transcended any trick of light or shadow. It had moved with purpose and intelligence, responding to my appearance with what could only be described as conscious intent. Time seemed suspended as I stood there, locked in place by a primal fear that bypassed all rational thought. It might have been 30 seconds or 3 minutes. My perception had become so distorted that I lost all sense of duration. The only sounds were my own ragged breathing and the thunderous pounding of my heart, which seemed loud enough to echo off the surrounding trees. Gradually, as if emerging from some kind of hypnotic trance, I began to regain control over my body. The paralysis released slowly, starting with my fingers and working outward until I could once again move my arms and shift my weight from foot to foot. The relief of restored mobility was overwhelming, but it brought with it an even stronger urge to flee back to the safety of the cabin's interior. My first instinct was to retreat immediately, to put the solid walls of the cabin between myself and whatever I had encountered. But another part of my mind, the part trained by decades of academic inquiry to seek evidence and verify observations, insisted that I needed to investigate further. If I ran now without examining the scene, I would spend the rest of my life wondering if I had imagined the entire incident. Fighting against every survival instinct screaming at me to escape, I forced myself to walk toward the corner of the porch where the apparition had vanished. Each step required enormous effort, as if I were moving through thick mud rather than empty air. My hands trembled as I gripped the porch railing for support, and cold sweat had begun forming on my forehead despite the warm afternoon sunshine. When I reached the corner and peered around the edge of the cabin, I found exactly what I had expected and dreaded. Nothing. No trace of the impossible thing I had witnessed, no evidence that anything unusual had occurred in this spot. The ground beneath where it had hovered showed no impressions, no disturbances in the thick layer of fallen leaves that carpeted the forest floor. I knelt down and examined the area more carefully, looking for any physical signs that might explain what I had seen. The earth beneath the wood rack was soft with recent moisture, perfect for preserving footprints or other marks. If a person had been standing here playing some kind of elaborate trick, there should have been clear evidence of their presence. Instead, I found only the natural accumulation of twigs, leaves, and forest debris that covered every square inch of the woodland floor. Standing up, I noticed something that sent another chill through my already agitated nervous system. Scattered around the base of the wood rack were numerous small branches and twigs that would have made any approach by a human being audibly obvious. Anyone walking through this area would have created a symphony of snapping and crackling sounds that I certainly would have heard from inside the cabin. Yet the rolling sound that had drawn my attention had been completely isolated. No accompanying footsteps or rustling vegetation. This observation forced me to confront an uncomfortable conclusion. Whatever I had seen could not have been produced by any conventional human presence. The physical evidence simply didn't support that explanation, leaving me to grapple with possibilities that challenged everything I thought I knew about the nature of reality. Knowing that I needed to conduct a thorough examination of the entire area before returning to face my daughter's questions, I began a systematic circuit of the cabin's perimeter. My academic training and research methodology proved useful even in this bizarre situation. I would document everything I found, or more importantly, everything I didn't find. Starting from the front porch, I moved clockwise around the structure, examining every square foot of ground for any evidence of human intrusion. The cabin sat in a roughly circular clearing about 50 yards in diameter, surrounded by dense forest that would make silent approach nearly impossible. Any person attempting to reach the building without using the established trail would have had to push through thick underbrush, inevitably leaving a trail of broken vegetation and disturbed earth. The soft soil around the cabin's foundation showed only the expected impressions, My own footprints from our wood-splitting activity the previous day, Megan's smaller tracks from when she had explored the area that morning, and the occasional paw prints of small woodland creatures going about their normal business. There were no human footprints other than our own, no trampled vegetation, no broken branches that might indicate someone had been lurking in the vicinity. As I completed my circuit and returned to the front porch, I felt a growing sense of unreality about the entire situation. The evidence clearly indicated that no other person had been near the cabin, yet I had undeniably witnessed something that appeared to possess intelligence and intent. The logical contradiction was maddening. My eyes and my scientific training were presenting me with incompatible conclusions. I climbed the steps back onto the porch and stood for a moment in the exact spot where I had first seen the apparition. In the bright afternoon sunlight, with birds beginning to resume their normal activities in the surrounding trees, the entire incident seemed almost dreamlike. Had I really seen what I thought I had seen? Could stress, altitude, or some other factor have caused a hallucination so vivid and detailed? But even as I tried to rationalize the experience, I couldn't shake the memory of how real it had appeared, how purposefully it had moved, how intelligently it had responded to my presence. Whatever I had witnessed possessed a quality of undeniable authenticity that no amount of logical analysis could dismiss. Taking a deep breath to compose myself, I opened the cabin door and stepped back inside. Megan was still sitting on the couch, but her posture had changed dramatically. Where before she had been relaxed and comfortable, now she sat rigidly upright, her book closed and forgotten beside her. Her eyes fixed on my face with an intensity that told me she was reading every detail of my expression for clues about what I had discovered. "Well?" she asked, her voice pitched higher than normal. "Did you find anything?" I closed the door behind me and leaned against it for a moment, trying to decide how much to tell her. The last thing I wanted was to frighten her unnecessarily, but I also couldn't simply pretend that nothing had happened. She had heard the same sound I had, and my extended absence had clearly given her time to work herself into a state of considerable anxiety. "I saw something," I said finally, choosing my words carefully. "Something unusual." Her eyes widened, and she leaned forward on the couch. "What kind of something?" I moved to the window and looked out toward the wood rack, half expecting to see the apparition materialize again in broad daylight. The porch appeared completely normal, with afternoon sunlight casting familiar shadows through the surrounding trees. "I'm not entirely sure," I admitted, turning back to face her. It was unlike anything I've ever seen before. It appeared to be floating above the wood rack, and when it noticed me watching, it disappeared around the corner of the cabin. "Floating?" Megan's voice cracked slightly on the word. I nodded, still holding the piece of split wood I had carried outside for protection. I was unconsciously tapping it against my leg, a nervous habit that I only became aware of when I saw her eyes tracking the movement. When I went around to investigate, there was no sign of anything. No footprints, no disturbed vegetation, nothing to indicate that anyone else has been near the cabin. Megan absorbed this information in silence for several long moments. I could see her mind working, trying to process the implications of what I was telling her. Finally, she asked the question I had been dreading. "Do you think we should leave?" The question forced me to confront my own feelings about what had occurred. My first instinct was indeed to pack up immediately and retreat to the safety of civilization. Every primitive survival mechanism in my brain was screaming at me to get as far away from this place as possible. But another part of me, the rational, educated part that had spent decades teaching students to think critically about unusual phenomena, was reluctant to abandon our trip based on a single unexplained incident. "I don't think we're in any immediate danger," I said, though I wasn't entirely convinced of this myself. Whatever I saw didn't seem aggressive or threatening. If it meant us harm, it would have had ample opportunity to act when I was standing right there. This reasoning seemed to provide some comfort to both of us, though I noticed that Megan remained tense and alert as we settled back onto the couch. I added several logs to the fire, partly for warmth, but mostly because the familiar activity helped calm my nerves. The routine task of feeding flames and arranging burning wood provided a welcome anchor to normalcy after the surreal events of the afternoon. We spent the remainder of the daylight hours in a state of heightened awareness, both of us listening carefully to every sound from outside the cabin. Every creak of settling wood, every rustle of wind through the trees, every distant bird call received our immediate attention. The peaceful sanctuary that the cabin had represented just hours earlier now felt like a vulnerable outpost surrounded by unknown threats. As evening approached and I began lighting the propane lanterns, I found myself frequently glancing toward the windows, checking for any signs of movement in the gathering dusk. The darkness that had seemed so welcoming on our first night now felt ominous and full of unseen possibilities. As twilight settled over the forest and the interior of the cabin took on the warm, flickering glow of lantern light, I attempted to restore some sense of normalcy by preparing dinner. Cooking had always been a meditative activity for me, requiring just enough concentration to quiet an overactive mind while producing tangible, comforting results. "Why don't you keep reading while I get our meal started?" I suggested to Megan, who had been casting nervous glances toward the windows every few minutes. "I'm making that pasta dish you liked so much last time I cooked it at home." She nodded gratefully and reopened her book, though I noticed her eyes rarely remained focused on the pages for more than a few seconds before darting back to the darkening windows. The normalcy I was trying to create felt fragile and artificial, like a thin veneer covering the underlying tension that had gripped us both since the afternoon's incident. I began by clearing the dishes we had left in the drying rack beside the sink from our hasty breakfast that morning. The simple ceramic plates and cups had been provided by the camp, sturdy utilitarian pieces that had undoubtedly served hundreds of guests over the years. As I transferred them to their proper storage locations in the cabinets above the counter, I noticed something that stopped me in my tracks. A large puddle of water had formed on the counter to the right of the sink, covering an area roughly the size of a dinner plate. The water was clear and odorless, appearing to be the same as what we had been using from our storage container. But the container itself sat on the opposite side of the sink, and I was certain the counter had been completely dry when we had left for our morning hike. I called Megan over to examine the mysterious puddle, hoping she might have some explanation for its presence. She studied the area carefully, running her finger through the water to test its properties, but appeared as puzzled as I was. "Could it have dripped from somewhere?" she asked, looking up toward the ceiling above the counter. I had already considered this possibility and grabbed a flashlight to conduct a thorough examination of the area above where the water had appeared. The log ceiling showed no signs of moisture, staining, or any other indication that water might have leaked through from outside. Moreover, the cabin's roof was steeply pitched specifically to shed precipitation quickly, making it highly unlikely that standing water could accumulate anywhere above the interior spaces. "There hasn't been any rain since early this morning," I pointed out. "And even if there had been, I don't see any way water could get through that roof." We checked the plastic water container for leaks, examining every inch of its surface and the area where it connected to the simple spigot near the sink. Everything appeared to be in perfect working order, with no signs of dripping or seepage. The mystery deepened when I realized that even if the container had been leaking, the water would have pooled directly beneath it rather than across the counter in the opposite direction. I mopped up the puddle with a kitchen towel and dismissed the incident as an unexplained oddity. Perhaps a previous guest had left wet dishes in that area, or maybe I had splashed water there myself without noticing. Though neither explanation felt entirely satisfactory, I was reluctant to assign sinister significance to every unusual occurrence. Opening the cardboard boxes of dry goods we had stored on the small table against the far wall, I reached for a package of pasta and immediately noticed that it felt wrong in my hands. Instead of the crisp, dry cardboard I expected, the box felt soft and damp, as if it had been soaked in water and was only now beginning to dry out. "Megan, come look at this," I called, holding up the soggy package. She examined the pasta box and then checked the others stored on the same table. Every single item, crackers, cereal, instant oatmeal, tea bags, showed signs of having been thoroughly saturated with water. The cardboard containers were all soft and discolored, with watermarks that indicated they had been sitting in standing liquid for some extended period. Beneath the boxes, the wooden table surface showed a large water stain that was still damp to the touch. The stain covered nearly the entire tabletop, as if someone had poured several gallons of water directly onto the surface and left it to soak into the wood. This discovery was far more disturbing than the puddle by the sink because it couldn't be explained by any conventional means. The table sat in the middle of the cabin's interior, well away from any potential source of water. There were no pipes, no fixtures, no windows directly above the area. Even if the roof had somehow leaked, which our examination had ruled out, water would have had to defy gravity to reach this location. "This doesn't make sense," Megan said, voicing what we were both thinking. "How did all this water get here?" I didn't have an answer for her. The physical evidence was undeniable. Our food supplies had been soaked while we were away from the cabin, but there was no rational explanation for how it could have happened. We checked every possible source of water in the cabin's interior, from the storage container to the primitive plumbing fixtures, but found no leaks or malfunctions that could account for the flooding. As I attempted to salvage what I could from our damaged supplies, transferring dry items to sealed containers and discarding those that had been ruined, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were dealing with something beyond normal experience. The water incidents, like the apparition I had witnessed that afternoon, seemed to violate the basic laws of physics that governed everyday reality. "Let's just focus on making dinner," I suggested, trying to maintain an atmosphere of normalcy despite my growing unease. "We can figure out the water problem later." But even as I filled a pot with water from our storage container and placed it on the wood stove to boil, I found myself anticipating the next inexplicable event. The cabin that had felt like a refuge from the complexities of modern life now seemed like a place where the fundamental rules of existence no longer applied. As we worked together to prepare our meal, carefully checking each ingredient for water damage, I caught myself frequently glancing toward the counter where I had first discovered the mysterious puddle. Part of me expected to see water materializing again from thin air, defying every rational principle I had spent my life accepting as absolute truth. Dinner proceeded quietly, both of us lost in our own thoughts as we tried to process the day's unsettling events. The pasta tasted fine, though I noticed we were both eating mechanically, without the relaxed enjoyment that had characterized our previous meals in the cabin. Every sound from outside, the settling of the building as temperatures dropped, the distant call of an owl, the whisper of wind through pine branches, drew our immediate attention. As I washed our dishes in the simple sink, using water sparingly from our container, I found myself examining every surface for new signs of mysterious moisture. The counter remained dry, the table showed no fresh water stains, and our remaining supplies appeared untouched. Whatever force had caused the earlier flooding seemed to have subsided, at least temporarily. "I think I'm ready for bed," Megan announced as I finished cleaning up. "This has been the strangest day of my life, and I'm emotionally exhausted." I understood exactly what she meant. The combination of physical exertion from our morning hike and the psychological stress of the afternoon's bizarre incidents had left us both drained. Sleep seemed like the best escape from the questions that had no satisfactory answers. As a precautionary measure, I dragged one of the metal folding chairs from the dining table and positioned it against the front door. The cabin had no locks, a deliberate choice by the camp's founders to maintain the atmosphere of trust and safety that had characterized this place for decades. But given the day's events, I felt better knowing that any attempt to open the door from outside would result in a loud crash as the chair toppled over. "Good thinking," Megan said, watching my improvised security system, "though I'm not sure what we're trying to keep out." That was precisely the problem. I had no idea what we might be dealing with, which made it impossible to take appropriate defensive measures. How do you protect yourself against something that defies rational explanation? In the bedroom, we prepared for sleep with nervous efficiency. I had positioned my sleeping bag so that my head would be near the interior wall, while Megan arranged hers with her head toward the exterior wall beneath the window. This placement had seemed perfectly natural the night before. but now I found myself wishing we had chosen different positions. If something approached the cabin from outside during the night, she would be the first to encounter it. "Try not to worry too much," I told her as I adjusted my pillow. "Whatever's happening here, it doesn't seem to be directly threatening us. We've been here 2 full days, and despite the strange incidents, neither of us has been harmed." She nodded, though I could see the tension in her shoulders as she settled into her sleeping bag. "I know you're right. It's just that everything feels so unpredictable now. I keep expecting something else to happen." I understood her anxiety completely. The sense of security that had defined this place for me over 30 years had been shattered in a single afternoon. The cabin no longer felt like a sanctuary from the outside world. Instead, it had become a stage where impossible events played out according to rules I couldn't begin to comprehend. As I lay in the darkness, listening to the sounds of the forest, I found my mind racing through possible explanations for what we had experienced. Could there be some kind of geological phenomenon at work? Underground springs or gas emissions that might create unusual atmospheric effects? Might the area be subject to some form of electromagnetic disturbance that could cause hallucinations or distort perception? None of these theories felt adequate to explain the specific details of what I had witnessed. The apparition above the wood rack had possessed a quality of substantiality and purpose that transcended any environmental anomaly, and the water incidents suggested intelligence behind the phenomena, as if something was deliberately trying to demonstrate its presence through actions that would be noticed but not immediately threatening. Hours passed as I lay there, alternating between attempts to fall asleep and periods of hyper-vigilant listening for any unusual sounds. Megan's breathing had gradually deepened and steadied, indicating that exhaustion had finally overcome her anxiety. I envied her ability to find rest, but my own mind remained stubbornly alert, analyzing every creak and rustle from the forest around us. Sometime around 3 in the morning, I must have finally dozed off, because I was awakened by the most terrifying sound I had ever heard. It began as a faint scratching noise, so soft at first that I wasn't certain whether I was hearing it or dreaming it. But as I lay there with my eyes still closed, the sound grew steadily louder and more distinct. Something was dragging a sharp object along the exterior wall of the cabin, directly behind where Megan slept. The scratching had a deliberate, methodical quality that suggested intelligence and intent. It wasn't the random scraping of a tree branch moved by wind or the clawing of an animal seeking shelter. This was purposeful, controlled, almost ritualistic. As I listened in growing horror, the scratching sound began to move along the wall in my direction. It traveled slowly but steadily, growing louder with each passing second until it seemed to fill the entire room with its harsh, metallic resonance. The sound bypassed all rational thought and triggered every primitive fear response embedded in my nervous system. When the scratching reached the corner of the room and began moving along the wall behind my head, I felt as if the source was directly targeting me. It continued along the interior wall until it stopped at what felt like the exact midpoint of my body. There, the sound ceased abruptly, leaving a silence that was somehow more frightening than the noise itself. In that moment of absolute quiet, I began praying with an intensity I hadn't felt since childhood. "God, please don't let us be harmed," I whispered silently, repeating the plea over and over as I lay frozen beneath my covers. "Whatever this is, please protect us from it." The 30 seconds that followed the cessation of the scratching sound were the longest of my life. I lay perfectly still, every muscle tensed, waiting for something to happen. Would whatever was making the noise attempt to break through the wall? Would it circle around to try the door or windows? Was this merely a prelude to some more direct form of contact? But nothing happened. The silence stretched on, gradually being filled again with the normal sounds of the forest at night, the distant hooting of owls, the rustle of small animals foraging through fallen leaves, the gentle whisper of wind through evergreen branches. Whatever had been systematically scratching along the cabin's exterior walls had apparently departed as mysteriously as it had arrived. After what felt like hours, but was probably only 10 minutes, I finally found the courage to sit up in my sleeping bag. The movement seemed to trigger Megan's awakening, and she rolled over to face me with sleepy confusion. "Dad? What's wrong? You look terrible." I realized that despite the darkness, she could probably see the tension in my posture and the fear that I knew must be written across my features. "Did you hear anything just now? Any scratching sounds along the walls?" She shook her head, clearly puzzled by the question. "I was sleeping pretty deeply. Why? Did something happen?" Part of me was relieved that she hadn't been awakened by the terrifying sounds, but another part felt isolated by being the sole witness to this latest impossible event. How could scratching loud enough to wake me from sleep not have disturbed someone lying just a few feet away? Was I losing my grip on reality, or was there something about these phenomena that affected different people in different ways? "I heard something moving around the outside of the cabin," I said, choosing not to elaborate on the specific details. "It's probably nothing, but I want to get an early start this morning. How do you feel about packing up and heading home today instead of staying for our planned third night?" Relief flooded her expression so quickly that I realized she had been hoping for exactly this suggestion. "That sounds like a good idea," she said without hesitation. "I mean, it's been an amazing experience, but I think I've had enough wilderness adventure for one trip." We both understood that her diplomatic phrasing concealed a desperate desire to escape from whatever was happening at this place. The cabin that had promised peaceful retreat from civilization had become a source of inexplicable terrors that challenged our basic understanding of reality. I rebuilt the fire one last time, partly to provide warmth for our morning preparations, but mostly because the familiar task helped calm my shattered nerves. As coffee percolated on the wood stove, we efficiently packed our gear with the focused urgency of people fleeing a disaster zone. Every item was checked, rechecked, and secured for travel, as if our lives depended on leaving nothing behind. Breakfast was a hurried affair of instant oatmeal and coffee consumed while standing rather than sitting. Both of us seemed reluctant to settle into any routine that might delay our departure. I found myself frequently checking my watch, calculating how long it would take to complete our packing and make the quarter-mile walk back to the parking area. As I was loading our supplies into backpacks, I noticed that Megan kept glancing nervously toward the windows, as if expecting to see something looking back at her from the forest. Her anxiety was contagious, and I found myself doing the same thing, scanning the tree line for any signs of movement or unnatural presence. "Let me ask you something," I said as we made final preparations to leave. "Before we go, I want to check with the camp manager about whether other guests have reported unusual experiences in this cabin. Would you rather wait in the car while I do that, or come with me to the office?" "I'll come with you," she said immediately. "I don't want to be alone anywhere on this property right now." I understood her feelings completely. The sense of safety that should have characterized this remote wilderness retreat had been completely shattered by events that defied rational explanation. Neither of us wanted to spend another moment here alone. We conducted a final inspection of the cabin's interior, ensuring that we had left everything clean and properly arranged for the next guests. The primitive accommodations that had seemed charming and romantic just 3 days earlier now felt ominous and forbidding. I was grateful to step outside and close the door for what I suspected would be the last time. The walk back to the parking area passed in tense silence, both of us alert for any unusual sounds or movements from the surrounding forest. Every snapping twig or rustling branch caused us to freeze momentarily, listening carefully before continuing our retreat. The familiar trail that had seemed like a pleasant woodland stroll when we arrived now felt like a gauntlet to be endured rather than enjoyed. When we finally reached my car and loaded our gear into the trunk, I felt a profound sense of relief that surprised me with its intensity. The simple act of sitting in the driver's seat and turning the key in the ignition represented a return to a world governed by predictable physical laws and rational cause and effect relationships. Before leaving the camp property entirely, I drove to the small administrative building where the camp manager maintained his office. Mr. Andrews had been overseeing this facility for nearly 15 years and I hoped he might be able to provide some context for what we had experienced. "Any problems with Cabin 7?" he asked as I signed out and returned the key. "Actually, yes," I said, deciding to be direct about our experiences. "We had some unusual incidents that I wanted to ask you about. Have other guests reported anything strange happening in that particular cabin?" His expression immediately became more serious, and I noticed him glance quickly toward where Megan was waiting in the car. "What kind of unusual incidents?" I gave him a brief summary of the major events: the apparition above the wood rack, the mysterious water incidents, and the scratching sounds during the night. I watched his face carefully as I spoke, looking for any sign of recognition or understanding. When I finished, he was quiet for several long moments, clearly weighing his response carefully. Finally, he said, "This is the third report of unusual activity in Cabin 7 this season. I've been documenting these incidents and trying to decide whether we should take the cabin out of service temporarily." This revelation was both validating and deeply unsettling. On one hand, it confirmed that we hadn't imagined or exaggerated what had happened to us. Other people had experienced similar phenomena in the same location, suggesting that something genuinely anomalous was occurring there. On the other hand, the fact that the camp management was aware of ongoing problems but had continued renting the cabin raised serious questions about their responsibility to guest safety. "What exactly have other people reported?" I asked. "Similar things to what you've described," he said reluctantly. "Unexplained sounds, objects moving on their own, the appearance of water where none should be present. One family left in the middle of their first night, and a couple from Boston requested a different cabin after experiencing what they called impossible events." As we drove away from the camp that morning, I found myself looking back repeatedly in the rearview mirror, as if expecting to see something following us down the winding mountain road. It wasn't until we reached the main highway and began our journey back to civilization that I finally began to relax. The 3-hour drive home passed mostly in contemplative silence, both of us processing what we had experienced and trying to integrate it into our understanding of the world. By the time we reached familiar suburban streets, the events at the cabin had begun to take on an almost dreamlike quality, as if they had happened to someone else or in some alternate reality. But I knew I would never forget what I had seen above that wood rack, or the sound of purposeful scratching moving along the cabin's walls in the darkness. Something had shared that forest clearing with us, something that challenged every assumption I had ever made about the nature of reality. To this day, I have never returned to that camp, though I continue to receive their annual newsletters and promotional materials. The part of me that spent 30 years finding peace and renewal in that wilderness setting has been permanently altered by 3 days of impossible events that I cannot explain but can never deny. Sometimes, late at night when sleep proves elusive, I find myself wondering what would have happened if we had stayed for that third night as originally planned. Would the phenomena have escalated? Would we have gained some deeper understanding of what was sharing that space with us? Or would we have found ourselves confronting something far more directly threatening than mysterious scratches and unexplained water? I suppose I will never know the answers to those questions. But I am certain of one thing. There are aspects of our world that extend far beyond the boundaries of conventional scientific understanding, and sometimes, in remote places where civilization has barely left its mark, those hidden dimensions of reality become briefly visible to ordinary people going about their ordinary lives. The Adirondack Mountains continue to draw thousands of visitors each year, most of whom return home with nothing more unusual to report than spectacular sunsets and restorative solitude. But for my daughter and me, that particular corner of the wilderness will forever remain a place where the impossible briefly became real, leaving us with memories that no rational explanation can dismiss or diminish. The drive up to our family cabin in March of 2023 should have been peaceful. I was 24 then, old enough to appreciate the silence that comes with leaving the city behind, but young enough to still feel excitement about a week away from everything. My mother drove while my 15-year-old nephew sat in the back seat with our German Shepherd Ranger. The winding road through the Indiana hills seemed to stretch forever, each turn taking us deeper into the kind of wilderness that makes you remember how small you really are. The cabin sat perched on a ridge overlooking miles of dense forest. My grandfather had built it in the 1970s, and though we'd modernized it over the years with better insulation and a new roof, it still maintained that rustic charm that made you feel disconnected from the modern world. As we pulled into the gravel driveway, I noticed how the trees seemed to lean in closer than I remembered from previous visits. The bare branches created a web of shadows that moved and shifted with even the slightest breeze. "Looks like we're the only ones crazy enough to be up here this early in the season," my mother commented as she turned off the engine. She was right. Most of the neighboring cabins appeared empty, their windows dark and their driveways unplowed from the last snowfall. The isolation felt complete and absolute. Ranger immediately began pacing once we let him out of the car, his nose working overtime as he processed all the scents of the forest. I watched him carefully, noting how his ears kept swiveling toward the tree line as if he were listening for something specific. Dogs have always been more attuned to their surroundings than humans, and his behavior struck me as unusually alert for a place he'd visited many times before. By evening, we had settled into our familiar routines. The temperature had dropped significantly once the sun disappeared behind the hills, and the weather forecast promised several days of cold rain. Perfect conditions for staying indoors and enjoying the massive stone fireplace that dominated the cabin's main room. I built a fire while my mother unpacked groceries, and my nephew set up his gaming system, though the spotty internet connection made it more decorative than functional. The wood crackled and popped as the flames took hold, filling the room with dancing shadows and the comforting scent of burning oak. We pulled our chairs close to the hearth, and my mother produced her phone to find something to read aloud. She'd always been the storyteller in our family, and scary stories by firelight had become something of a tradition during our cabin visits. "Here's one that sounds appropriately creepy," she announced, scrolling through her screen. "It's about a family who keeps hearing things outside their remote cabin." The irony wasn't lost on me, but I settled back in my chair anyway, letting the warmth seep into my bones and my eyes drift shut. The fire provided just enough background noise to make everything feel secure and contained. For a moment, I felt that perfect sense of peace that comes from being completely disconnected from the outside world. That's when we heard it. The sound cut through the night air like a blade through silk. It wasn't quite a scream, and not exactly a howl, but something in between that made every muscle in my body tense. The sound seemed to come from directly behind the cabin, maybe 50 yards into the tree line. It lasted for maybe 3 seconds, rising in pitch before cutting off abruptly. I bolted upright, my heart hammering against my ribs. "Did you hear that?" My mother paused in her reading and looked up. "Hear what, honey?" "That sound, that howling or screaming or whatever it was." She glanced toward the windows, then back at me with a slightly confused expression. I didn't hear anything unusual. Maybe it was just the wind in the trees. But my nephew had heard something too. I could tell by the way he'd gone completely still, his game controller forgotten in his lap. His eyes were fixed on the back door, and I could see the tension in his shoulders. "You heard it, didn't you?" I asked him directly. He looked between my mother and me, then shrugged. "I thought I heard something, but Mom's probably right. Probably just the wind." The casualness of their responses felt wrong. The sound had been too distinct, too purposeful to dismiss so easily. And there had been no wind that evening. The air outside was still and heavy with approaching weather. The next morning brought the promised rain, and with it, a strange atmosphere that seemed to settle over the cabin like a heavy blanket. My mother made coffee and prepared breakfast as if nothing had happened, chatting about her plans to catch up on reading and maybe work on a jigsaw puzzle she'd brought along. My nephew retreated to his room with a stack of books, apparently resigned to a few days without reliable internet. I found myself drawn to the windows, studying the forest that surrounded us on three sides. In daylight, the trees looked innocent enough, just bare hardwoods and evergreens stretching as far as I could see. But something felt different about the way the shadows fell between the trunks, and I caught myself scanning the tree line for any sign of movement. "You're awfully quiet today," my mother observed as she joined me at the kitchen window. "Just thinking about that sound last night." She sighed and placed a gentle hand on my shoulder. "Sweetie, I know being up here can make your imagination run wild, but there are lots of perfectly normal explanations for strange noises in the woods. Could have been a tree falling, or maybe a deer caught in some brush." Her explanation felt rehearsed, too convenient. And it didn't account for the fact that both my nephew and I had reacted to the sound before she'd even acknowledged hearing anything at all. That afternoon, while my mother napped and my nephew read in his room, I decided to take Ranger for a walk around the perimeter of our property. The rain had stopped temporarily, leaving everything dripping and fragrant with the smell of wet earth and decomposing leaves. Ranger seemed eager to explore, but I noticed he kept pulling toward the back of the cabin, toward the area where the sound had originated the night before. "What is it, boy?" I asked him, letting him lead me to the edge of the tree line. He stopped abruptly about 20 feet from the closest trees and began that low, rumbling growl that dogs make when they sense a threat. His hackles rose along his neck and back, and his body went rigid with attention. I followed his gaze into the shadows between the trees, but saw nothing unusual. "What's out there?" Ranger's growl intensified, and he took a step backward, pressing against my legs as if to push me away from whatever had captured his attention. I'd never seen him react this way to anything before. He was typically a confident, fearless dog who would investigate any new scent or sound with enthusiasm. We stayed there for several minutes, both of us staring into the forest, before I finally decided to retreat to the cabin. As we walked back, I could feel Ranger's tension in the way he kept looking over his shoulder, and I found myself doing the same thing. The second night brought more rain and an early darkness that seemed to press against the cabin windows like something alive. We'd settled into our evening routine, fire, comfortable chairs, and my mother's storytelling, but I found it impossible to relax. Every sound from outside made me jump, and I noticed that Ranger had positioned himself directly in front of the back door, as if standing guard. "You're making me nervous with all that fidgeting," my mother said gently. "Why don't you try to enjoy yourself? We're here to relax, remember?" I wanted to tell her that relaxation seemed impossible when every instinct I possessed was screaming that something was wrong, but I also didn't want to ruin the vacation for everyone else. So I forced myself to sit still and listen to her read from a collection of ghost stories she'd downloaded. The story she chose was about a family trapped in their home during a blizzard, hearing voices calling to them from outside. The parallels to our situation weren't lost on me, and I wondered if she'd selected it intentionally. As her voice rose and fell with the narrative, I found myself listening not just to her words, but to everything else as well. The fire crackling, the rain drumming on the roof, Ranger's occasional shifts in position. That's when the scratching started. It was so faint at first that I thought I might be imagining it. A soft, rhythmic scraping sound that seemed to come from directly above us, as if something were moving across the roof with deliberate slowness. I tilted my head, straining to isolate the sound from the rain and wind. "Mom, do you hear that scratching?" She paused in her reading and listened for a moment. "I hear the rain on the roof. That's probably all it is." But the sound was too regular, too purposeful to be random precipitation. It moved from one side of the roof to the other, paused, then reversed direction. Whatever was making the sound was large enough to create distinct footfalls on the wooden shingles. My nephew looked up from his book with an expression I couldn't quite read. There was fear there, certainly, but also something that looked almost like resignation, as if he'd been expecting this. "It's getting louder," I whispered. The scratching had indeed intensified, and now it was accompanied by a different sound, a low, throaty breathing that seemed to come from multiple directions at once. Ranger rose to his feet and began pacing between the back door and the front windows, whining softly under his breath. "There's something on the roof," I said with more urgency. "And Ranger can hear it too. Look at him." My mother set down her phone and studied our dog for a moment. Even she couldn't deny his obvious distress. But instead of acknowledging the sounds that were growing more pronounced by the minute, she stood up and walked to the thermostat. "Maybe we should turn up the heat. Sometimes the heating system makes odd noises when it's working hard." Her explanation was absurd. We'd been coming to this cabin for years, and I knew every sound the heating system made. This was something else entirely, something that was moving around on our roof with increasing boldness. The scratching continued for another 10 minutes before gradually fading away, leaving behind only the sound of rain and my own racing heartbeat. I barely slept that night. Every small sound from outside had me sitting up in bed, straining to listen for the return of whatever had been moving around above us. Ranger had planted himself on the floor beside my bed and remained there until morning, occasionally lifting his head to listen before settling back down with a frustrated sigh. When dawn finally arrived, I was the first one awake. I dressed quickly and stepped outside to examine the roof and the area around the cabin. What I found made my stomach turn cold with dread. The soft earth around the cabin was marked with tracks. Not animal tracks, but something else entirely. They were roughly the size and shape of human footprints, but elongated and deeper than any normal person could make. The impression suggested something heavy moving on two legs, circling the cabin repeatedly throughout the night. Even more disturbing were the marks on the cabin itself. Long scratches had been gouged into the wooden siding near the back door, and several of the roof shingles showed signs of damage consistent with something large moving across them. The evidence was unmistakable. Something had been prowling around our cabin in the darkness. I called Ranger outside to see how he would react to the tracks. His response was immediate and dramatic. His hackles rose, he began that low growling again, and he refused to approach the marked areas despite my encouragement. Whatever scent lingered in those footprints was enough to terrify a 90-pound German Shepherd. "Find anything interesting?" I spun around to find my mother standing in the doorway, coffee mug in hand, looking remarkably calm for someone whose vacation cabin had been vandalized during the night. "Look at these tracks," I said, pointing to the clearest impressions in the mud. "And look at the scratches on the siding. Something was here last night, something big." She stepped closer and examined the evidence with what appeared to be genuine curiosity. Those are unusual," she admitted. "Maybe we should call the local sheriff's office and report some vandalism." Her suggestion seemed reasonable on the surface, but something about her tone felt wrong. She was looking at clear evidence that something dangerous had been stalking around our isolated cabin, and her primary concern was filing a police report. "Mom, I don't think this was vandalism. I think there's something living in these woods, something that's been watching us." She sipped her coffee and gazed out at the forest with an expression I couldn't interpret. "Honey, I know this is frightening, but we can't let our imaginations get the better of us. There are reasonable explanations for everything we've seen and heard." But as she spoke, I noticed her eyes weren't focused on the trees. Instead, she seemed to be studying something specific in the distance, as if she were looking for something she expected to find there. That evening, I decided I couldn't continue pretending that everything was normal. The physical evidence, combined with the sounds we'd been hearing and Ranger's obvious distress, painted a picture that was impossible to ignore. Something was stalking us, and my family's refusal to acknowledge the danger was becoming more disturbing than the threat itself. "We need to talk," I announced as we gathered around the fire for our third night at the cabin. My mother looked up from her book with a patient smile. "Of course, sweetheart, what's on your mind?" "This whole situation, the sounds, the tracks, The way you and David keep pretending nothing's happening. I need to understand what's going on." My nephew, David, shifted uncomfortably in his chair but didn't meet my eyes. My mother set down her book and gave me her full attention. "I'm not pretending anything," she said carefully. "I've acknowledged that we've heard some unusual sounds and seen some strange tracks. But I'm also trying to keep things in perspective. We're in the middle of the wilderness. Strange things happen in places like this. But that's just it," I pressed. "You're not acting like someone who's concerned about strange things happening. You're acting like someone who knows exactly what's going on and doesn't want to talk about it." The silence that followed was heavy with unspoken tension. David continued to stare at his hands, while my mother seemed to be choosing her words very carefully. "What exactly are you suggesting?" she asked finally. "I'm suggesting that both of you heard the same things I did, and both of you saw the same evidence I showed you this morning. But instead of being concerned or frightened or even curious, you're both acting like this is somehow normal or expected." Another long silence. Then David finally spoke up, his voice barely above a whisper. "Maybe we should tell him." My mother's head snapped toward him with an expression of sharp warning. "David." "Tell me what?" I demanded. David looked at my mother, then back at me. This isn't the first time this has happened." The words hit me like a physical blow. "What do you mean, not the first time?" My mother stood up abruptly and walked to the window, her back to both of us. "David, that's enough." But David continued anyway, his words tumbling out in a rush. "Last summer when we were here, and the time before that, always the same sounds, always the same tracks. Mom made me promise not to tell you because she said it would ruin the cabin for you." I felt the world tilt slightly as the implications of his words sank in. "You've been coming here knowing that something dangerous stalks around the cabin at night, and you never told me?" My mother turned back to face me, and for the first time since we'd arrived, I saw real fear in her eyes. "It's not dangerous," she said quietly. "It's never tried to get inside. It's never hurt anyone. It just watches." "How do you know it's not dangerous? How can you possibly know that?" She hesitated, then sank back into her chair with a heavy sigh. "Because your grandfather told me about it before he died. He said it had been coming around for years, probably decades. He called it the Watcher, said it was part of these woods, something that had always been here." The revelation left me speechless. My grandfather, who had built this cabin and spent countless nights here alone, had known about this thing and never warned any of us. "He said it was curious about people, but never harmful," my mother continued. "Like it was trying to understand us, but from a distance. He actually found it somewhat comforting in his later years, knowing something was keeping watch over the place. Armed with the truth, I found myself in an impossible position. Part of me wanted to pack up and leave immediately, to put as much distance as possible between myself and whatever was lurking in those woods. But another part of me, the part that had inherited my grandfather's curiosity and stubbornness, wanted to stay and confront this mystery directly. My mother and David seemed relieved to have finally shared their secret. But they also made it clear that they expected me to accept the situation as they had. The Watcher was simply part of the cabin experience, something to be endured rather than understood or confronted. But I couldn't accept that level of passive resignation. If something had been observing our family for years, I wanted to know what it was and what it wanted. That night, I made a decision that probably wasn't very wise. Instead of hiding inside the cabin and waiting for the sounds to begin, I decided to position myself where I could observe the Watcher in return. I dressed in dark clothes, armed myself with a powerful flashlight and my grandfather's old hunting rifle, and slipped out the back door while my mother and David were settling in for the evening. I found a position about 50 yards from the cabin, behind a fallen log that provided both concealment and a clear view of the building. The night was cold and damp, with a thin mist rising from the forest floor that made everything beyond 20 feet look ghostly and indistinct. For the first hour, nothing happened. I began to wonder if my presence outside had somehow scared off whatever usually visited us. But then I heard it. The soft scraping sound of something moving through the underbrush, approaching from deeper in the forest. The sounds grew closer, accompanied by that strange breathing I'd heard before. I gripped the rifle tighter and tried to control my own breathing as the noises circled around to the back of the cabin. Through the mist, I could make out a dark shape moving between the trees, taller than any animal but moving with an odd, hunched gait that didn't look entirely human either. The shape paused at the edge of the clearing, and I realized it was studying the cabin just as I was studying it. For several minutes we formed a strange triangle, the watcher observing the cabin, me observing the watcher, and my family inside, unaware that their secret was finally being exposed. Then the shape began to move again, circling the cabin with that same deliberate pattern I'd tracked in the mud. As it passed through a gap in the mist, I got my first clear look at what had been stalking us. It was tall, at least 7 feet, and covered in dark, matted hair that glistened with moisture from the mist. Its limbs were elongated and moved with an unsettling fluidity that suggested joints that bent in ways human joints shouldn't. But it was the face that made me grip the rifle with trembling hands. The features were almost human, but stretched and distorted as if someone had taken a person's face and pulled it like taffy. The eyes were large and dark, and they moved with an intelligence that was unmistakably aware and calculating. As I watched in frozen fascination, the creature completed its circuit of the cabin and then did something that made my heart stop. It turned and looked directly at me. We stared at each other across the misty clearing for what felt like an eternity. Its dark eyes held mine with an intensity that spoke of recognition and perhaps even amusement. It had known I was there all along. Then it did something even more unsettling. It raised one elongated hand and waved. The wave was unmistakably deliberate, unmistakably intelligent, and unmistakably friendly. In that single gesture, the creature transformed in my mind from a source of terror to something far more complex and mysterious. It wasn't hunting us or threatening us, it was greeting me. I sat there for another 20 minutes, watching as the creature continued its patrol around the cabin, occasionally glancing in my direction as if to make sure I was still there. Its movements were careful and quiet, designed not to disturb the occupants inside. It really was just watching, just as my grandfather had said. Eventually, the creature melted back into the forest as silently as it had appeared, leaving me alone with my racing thoughts and a completely transformed understanding of our situation. I waited another hour before returning to the cabin, where I found my mother sitting by the dying fire, clearly waiting for me. "You went out there, didn't you?" she said without looking up. "Yes." "And you saw it?" "Yes." She nodded slowly. "Your grandfather did the same thing his first summer here. Said he couldn't stand not knowing what was sharing the woods with him." I settled into the chair across from her, still processing what I'd experienced. "What is it?" "I don't know," she admitted. "Your grandfather had theories, but they were just guesses. He thought maybe it was something that had always lived in these hills, something that predated human settlement. He said the local Native American tribes had stories about forest watchers, guardians that kept track of who entered their territory." It waved at me. That made her smile for the first time since we'd arrived. "It waved at your grandfather, too. He said that was when he realized it wasn't something to be feared, just something to be respected." We sat in comfortable silence for a while, listening to the fire crackle and the normal sounds of the forest settling into sleep. Finally, I asked the question that had been bothering me since David's revelation. "Why didn't you tell me sooner?" "Because I was afraid you'd want to leave and never come back. This place has been in our family for 50 years. Your grandfather loved it here, and I love it here, and I want you to love it too. I thought if I could just get you used to the idea gradually, by lying to me about what I was hearing and seeing. She winced. By protecting you from something you weren't ready to understand. But you're ready now, aren't you? I considered the question seriously. The fear was still there. I doubted I'd ever be completely comfortable knowing that something was watching us from the darkness. But it was tempered now by curiosity and, strangely enough, a sense of connection to something larger than myself. I think so, I said finally. We packed up and left the next morning, but not because of fear or disgust. Our week was simply over, and we all had responsibilities waiting for us in the real world. As we loaded the car, I found myself looking forward to our next visit rather than dreading it. The drive home was quiet, but it was a different kind of quiet than the tense silence we'd maintained for most of the week. David seemed relieved to have the family secret finally out in the open, and my mother appeared genuinely happy that I'd accepted the truth about our unusual cabin guest. As we reached the bottom of the hill and the cabin disappeared behind the trees, I realized that my relationship with that place had been fundamentally changed. It was no longer just a family retreat. It was a bridge between our world and something ancient and mysterious that most people would never have the privilege to encounter. I'm already planning our next visit, and this time, I think I'll be ready to wave back. The trail seemed innocent enough on the map. Just another backcountry route through Black Ridge National Forest, a 6-day loop promising solitude and breathtaking vistas. I'd been planning this solo trek for months, ever since my job at the software company went remote. The isolation of constant screen time had driven me to seek something real, something primal. "You sure about going alone?" my coworker Michael had asked during our last video call. "Those northern woods get pretty remote." I dismissed his concerns with practiced confidence. "I've done plenty of weekend hikes. Besides, I've got satellite GPS and emergency beacon. Nothing to worry about." That conversation replayed in my mind as I shouldered my pack at the trailhead on a crisp September morning. The parking lot was deserted, except for my rental car, a fact that pleased rather than concerned me. The forest stretched before me, ancient pines standing like sentinels against the pale sky. The air carried the sharp scent of resin and wet earth. The first day's hike was moderate, a gradual 2,000-foot elevation gain over 8 miles. My boots crunched through fallen pine needles, the rhythm hypnotic as I adjusted to the weight of my pack. By early afternoon, patches of mist began threading between the trees, transforming the landscape into something from an old folktale. I made camp at a small clearing near a stream, moving through the familiar motions of setting up my tent and filtering water. The forest felt alive around me. Birds calling from unseen perches, small creatures rustling in the underbrush. It was exactly what I'd come for. After dinner, I sat beside my small camp stove, sipping instant coffee and watching darkness pool beneath the trees. That's when I heard it. A strange, ululating cry that seemed to skirt the edge between human and animal. I froze, cup halfway to my lips. The sound came again, farther away this time. A coyote, perhaps, or some bird I couldn't identify. Yet something about it raised the hair on my arms. I told myself it was natural to feel uneasy in unfamiliar territory. The wilderness operated on different rules than the sanitized world I'd come from. Sleep came fitfully that night. Each snap of a twig or distant call jolted me awake. Around 3 a.m., I emerged from my tent to relieve myself and paused, struck by the absolute stillness. The forest had gone completely silent. No insects chirping, no night birds calling. Even the stream seemed to have hushed its constant murmur. I scanned the trees, my headlamp cutting a weak cone through the darkness. Something reflected the light briefly, 2 points of yellowish gleam about 6 feet off the ground. Then they were gone. "Just an animal," I whispered, my voice sounding thin and unconvincing. The rest of the night passed without incident, though I kept my hunting knife close at hand. When dawn finally broke, I felt foolish for my midnight anxiety. The forest was alive again with birdsong and the rustling of small creatures. I broke camp efficiently, eager to reach the higher elevations where the views would open up. The trail grew steeper, switchbacking up a ridge through increasingly sparse vegetation. By noon, I'd gained enough elevation to look back over the vast wilderness I'd entered. Miles of unbroken forest stretched to the horizon, a dark green sea beneath the overcast sky. It was while taking in this view that I first noticed the footprints. They paralleled my own trail about 20 feet off the path, large, human-like impressions pressing deep into the soft forest floor. They hadn't been there on my ascent. Someone else was out here. That wasn't unusual in itself, but something about those tracks unsettled me. They appeared and disappeared at odd intervals, sometimes visible in patches of mud, then absent where they should have crossed open ground. A rumble of thunder prompted me to continue. The weather report had mentioned possible afternoon storms, and I wanted to reach my planned campsite before they hit. The footprints followed, always keeping pace, always just off trail. I quickened my steps, trying to outpace both the coming storm and my growing unease. The woods seemed to darken prematurely as clouds gathered overhead. When the rain finally came, it arrived in a sudden deluge that forced me to hastily erect my tent in a small clearing. Inside the relative safety of my nylon shelter, I listened to water hammering the rainfly and tried to rationalize what I'd seen. Another hiker, surely. Perhaps a forest ranger checking the backcountry. The rain continued for hours. As darkness fell, I strained to hear anything beyond the steady drumming of water. Occasionally, I caught what sounded like movement, something large displacing the underbrush, circling my campsite with deliberate, unhurried steps. I clutched my flashlight and knife, telling myself it was just a deer or elk seeking shelter. But deep down, I knew better. Whatever moved out there was watching me with cold, calculating intent. And somehow, I sensed it knew that I knew. Dawn broke with reluctant gray light filtering through the canopy. The rain had stopped, but fog clung to the trees, limiting visibility to a few dozen yards. I emerged from my tent to find the ground around my campsite unmarked. No footprints, no signs of disturbance. Yet the uneasy feeling remained, a persistent itch between my shoulder blades. I forced down a breakfast of instant oatmeal and packed quickly, eager to be moving. Today's route would take me along a ridgeline before descending into a valley said to contain one of the oldest growth forests in the region. Under different circumstances, I'd have been excited. The trail narrowed as it climbed, hugging the edge of steep drops that vanished into the fog below. I moved cautiously, one hand often reaching for tree trunks or rocks for balance. The mist created an eerie disconnect, as though the visible world ended just a few feet away. Around midday, the fog began to lift, revealing glimpses of the valley below. I paused at a rocky outcropping to rest and check my map. That's when I noticed the arrangement of stones near my feet. Not a natural formation, but 3 smooth river rocks balanced in a small pyramid. Someone had placed them there deliberately. A marker left by another hiker? Possibly. But the rocks were dry underneath, meaning they'd been placed after the rain stopped this morning. I scanned the surrounding forest but saw no one. Continuing along the ridge, I began finding more signs. Broken branches positioned to point in unnatural directions. Small cairns where no trail markers should be. Each discovery ratcheted my unease higher. Someone was moving through these woods parallel to me, leaving signs I couldn't fully interpret. By mid-afternoon, I began my descent into the valley. The trail switched back down through increasingly dense forest, the ancient trees blocking much of the fading daylight. The shifting shadows played tricks on my peripheral vision, darting movements that vanished when I turned to look directly. I found my designated campsite near a small pond. Park regulations required backcountry campers to use established sites, but I almost wished I could push on. Something about this place felt wrong, the water too still, the surrounding trees too watchful. As I set up camp, I discovered a crude figure hanging from a nearby branch, twigs bound together with what looked like animal sinew to form a humanoid shape. My first thought was vandalism, some teenager's idea of a Blair Witch reference. But the craftsmanship suggested something older, more purposeful. I left it untouched and focused on securing my camp before darkness fell. The pond's surface reflected the deepening sky, a perfect mirror until ripples suddenly spread across it. I hadn't seen anything break the surface. That night I built a larger fire than necessary, the flames offering both warmth and psychological comfort. The forest sounds seemed normal. Frogs croaking near the pond, an occasional owl call, but underneath ran a current of wrongness I couldn't place. I was adding another log to the fire when I saw it. A shape at the forest's edge, tall and impossibly thin. For a moment I thought it was just another tree trunk. Then it moved. My body froze while my mind raced. The figure stood partially hidden behind a large pine, but I could make out a human-like silhouette. It remained perfectly still, watching. I reached slowly for my knife. "Hello?" I called, trying to keep my voice steady. "I know you're there." No response, no movement, just patient, predatory stillness. I grabbed my flashlight and directed the beam toward the spot, but found only empty forest. Whatever I'd seen had vanished, or never been there at all. Yet the feeling of being observed intensified, pressing against me like a physical weight. Sleep was impossible. I kept the fire burning through the night, listening to the forest and trying to distinguish normal sounds from potential threats. Occasionally, branches would crack in the distance, always from a different direction, as if something was circling my camp. Shortly before dawn, I dozed off despite my intentions to remain alert. I awoke with a jolt to find my fire reduced to embers and something placed at the edge of my campsite, a freshly killed rabbit, its neck broken and body arranged with unnatural precision. The message was clear. While I slept, something had approached close enough to leave this offering. I abandoned any pretense of normal camping routine, hastily packing my essential gear and leaving the rest behind. My only thought was to reach the ranger station marked on my map about 15 miles ahead. As I shouldered my lightened pack, movement caught my eye. Something large passing between distant trees. The glimpse was too brief to identify, but the impression lingered. A figure walking upright but moving with animal fluidity. Its outline somehow wrong against the morning light. I took one last look at my abandoned campsite and the grotesque gift left for me. Then I ran. The trail descended through stands of ancient hemlock, their massive trunks creating a labyrinth of shadows. I moved as quickly as safety allowed, constantly glancing over my shoulder. The heavy silence of the forest pressed against my ears. No birdsong, no rustling of small creatures. Everything was holding its breath. According to my map, the trail should intersect with a fire road about 7 miles ahead. From there, I might encounter other hikers or forestry workers. The thought spurred me on despite my burning lungs and aching legs. Around noon, I paused beside a small stream to refill my water bottle. As I crouched at the water's edge, something caught my attention. A reflection in the clear surface that didn't match the surroundings. I jerked upright, scanning the opposite bank. Nothing visible, but the sense of being watched intensified. I abandoned the water and pushed on, the back of my neck prickling with awareness of unseen eyes. The forest gradually changed character, the old growth giving way to younger trees with dense undergrowth. The trail narrowed, forcing me to push through shoulder-high ferns that limited visibility to a few feet ahead. Each step became an act of faith, each turn revealing only more green tunnel. I was fighting through a particularly thick section when I found the first trap. A nearly invisible line of braided animal sinew stretched across the path at ankle height. Had I been moving at my earlier pace, I would have tripped directly into a bed of sharpened sticks positioned to impale whatever fell upon them. My blood turned to ice water. This wasn't some forest predator or territorial animal. This was calculated human malevolence. I carefully stepped over the trap and continued with heightened caution, scanning the ground before each step. 2 more traps appeared in the next mile. One, a pit disguised with a covering of branches and leaves. Another, a deadfall triggered by a tripwire. Who would set such things in a national forest? My mind recalled stories of hermits and isolationists who sometimes claimed wilderness territories as their own, attacking those they considered trespassers. But these traps felt different. Not the work of someone trying to keep people away, but of someone herding me in a specific direction. By mid-afternoon, I realized I'd lost the official trail. The path I was following appeared well used, but didn't match my map. Had I missed a turn, or had I been deliberately led astray? The canopy had thickened again, making it impossible to get my bearings from the sun. I came to a small clearing and stopped to check my GPS device. Dead. The battery had been nearly full that morning. My phone showed no signal, as expected, but its compass app still functioned. According to the digital needle, I was heading northwest, away from the ranger station. Anxiety threatened to overwhelm me. I forced myself to breathe deeply and think logically. The fire road should lie directly east. I would forge my own path if necessary. As I turned to leave the clearing, I spotted something that froze the breath in my lungs. A crude structure hidden among the trees at the far edge. At first glance, it resembled a hunting blind, but closer inspection revealed something more disturbing. The small shelter was constructed of interwoven branches and animal hides stretched over a frame of lashed-together saplings. Bones hung from the edges, small mammals and birds mostly, but some larger specimens I couldn't identify. The entrance gaped like a black mouth, revealing nothing of the interior. I approached cautiously, every instinct screaming to run in the opposite direction. A nauseating smell emanated from the structure, the metallic scent of blood mixed with something musky and feral. Just outside the entrance lay a collection of items that stopped me cold. A broken compass, the shredded remains of a hiking boot, a twisted frame of what might once have been a backpack, trophies, or warnings. A sound behind me, the snap of a twig, deliberate and close. I spun around to face empty forest, then heard it again, from a different direction. My pursuer was toying with me. I backed away from the shelter, trying to maintain awareness in all directions. Another snap, closer still. Then silence, more terrifying than any noise could be. The attack, when it came, was nearly silent. A rush of movement from my left. A dark shape hurtling through the undergrowth. I caught a glimpse of something wearing what looked like animal furs, moving with a terrible loping speed. I ran blindly, crashing through brush and branches, aware of pursuit behind me. My foot caught on an exposed root, sending me sprawling. As I scrambled to rise, I caught sight of my pursuer for the first time. The figure stood about 20 yards away, partially concealed by a tree trunk. Its form was human-shaped, but wrong somehow. Too angular, joints bending in unnatural ways. It wore what appeared to be a crudely stitched covering of animal pelts and a headdress that incorporated antlers or bones. The face remained in shadow, but I could feel its gaze with physical intensity. For several heartbeats, neither of us moved. Then it raised one hand in a gesture that might have been greeting or threat. I didn't wait to find out which. I ran again, no longer caring about direction or stealth, driven by pure survival instinct. Branches whipped my face. Thorns tore at my clothing. Behind me came sounds of pursuit. Not directly behind, but paralleling my course, sometimes drawing closer, sometimes falling back. I realized with growing horror that I was being herded, driven in a specific direction, by an intelligence that knew these woods intimately. Each time I tried to veer eastward, the sounds of pursuit intensified, forcing me back on a northerly course. The forest began to thin, and ahead I glimpsed what appeared to be the edge of a cliff or steep drop-off. The pursuing sounds converged from both sides now, leaving me only one direction. forward. I burst from the tree line onto a rocky ledge overlooking a river gorge perhaps 100 feet below. The water looked distant and unreachable, white rapids threading between sharp rocks. I turned to face the forest, knife in hand, back to the precipice. The trees remained still and silent. Nothing emerged. After long minutes, I began to wonder if I'd imagined the pursuit entirely. As the adrenaline ebbed, rational thought returned. I checked my compass again. The gorge ran roughly east-west. If I could find a way down to the river, it might lead me to civilization. Rivers always do. I moved carefully along the ledge, searching for a descent route. As I did, something caught my eye on a rock near the cliff edge. Fresh claw marks, deep and deliberate, forming a crude symbol I didn't recognize. A message, or a claim, and the certainty that whatever hunted me was far from finished. The gorge stretched before me with no visible path down. I followed the ridgeline eastward as afternoon light began to fade, hoping to find a break in the cliff face. My pursuer remained hidden, but occasional sounds from the forest confirmed its continuing presence. Patient, monitoring, waiting for darkness. After 2 miles of increasingly difficult terrain, I found what I was looking for. A steep but manageable descent where a landslide had created a rough natural staircase to the river below. I began picking my way down, testing each foothold before committing my weight. The river roared louder as I descended, its voice drowning out any sounds of pursuit. This bothered me more than it should have. At least before, I'd had some awareness of the creature's location. Now I felt blind, vulnerable. By the time I reached the river's edge, dusk was settling over the gorge. The water moved too swiftly for safe crossing, but a narrow game trail followed the bank heading downstream. I took it, moving as quickly as the fading light allowed. The walls of the gorge loomed on either side, cutting off the last daylight and plunging the river into premature night. I activated my flashlight, knowing it made me visible but having no choice if I wanted to avoid a fatal misstep. The trail occasionally vanished, forcing me to climb over boulder fields or wade through shallow sections of the river. My boots and pants became soaked, adding to my misery as temperature dropped with nightfall. Around what I estimated to be midnight, I came upon a natural alcove in the canyon wall, a shallow cave offering some shelter from the increasing wind. Exhaustion overwhelmed caution, and I decided to rest. The cave's narrow entrance would at least prevent anything from approaching unseen. I huddled against the back wall, facing the entrance with my knife and flashlight ready. Outside, the river's constant voice masked other sounds. The darkness beyond my small circle of light seemed absolute. Sleep came in fitful bursts, each awakening bringing momentary panic. During one such episode, I became aware of a change. The cave seemed darker. I raised my flashlight to find the entrance partially blocked by a crude arrangement of branches and rocks, clearly placed there while I'd slept. My heart hammered against my ribs. I hadn't heard a thing over the river's noise. Whatever stalked me had approached close enough to begin sealing me in, and might still be just outside. I moved to the entrance and cautiously pushed aside the barricade. The night beyond appeared empty, but the absolute certainty of being watched settled over me like a physical weight. Sleep was no longer an option. I spent the remaining hours until dawn in a state of hypervigilance, jumping at every shift of shadow or change in the river's voice. Sometime before morning, a scraping sound came from the roof of the cave, something moving across the rock above me. When first light finally came, I emerged cautiously to find fresh tracks in the mud near the entrance. Not quite human, not quite animal. The impressions were deep, as if made by something heavier than its size would suggest. They approached the cave directly, then circled around to the side where a path led up to the top of the alcove. I didn't wait to see what other signs morning might reveal. I continued downstream, moving faster now with improved visibility. The gorge gradually widened, the walls becoming less steep. By mid-morning, I found what looked like an old logging road intersecting the river at a shallow ford. The road was overgrown but still visible, heading east through thinning forest. Hope surged for the first time in days. I pushed on with renewed energy, following the dirt track as it wound through stands of younger trees and occasional clearings. Around noon, I found the first sign of human presence, an old fire ring with relatively recent ashes. Someone had camped here within the past week. I searched the site thoroughly, finding a discarded energy bar wrapper with part of a manufacturing date still visible. Recent. The road improved as I continued, showing occasional tire tracks in muddy sections. By late afternoon, I spotted a structure through the trees, an old fire lookout tower standing on a cleared hilltop. I approached cautiously, years of wilderness experience warring with desperate need for help. The tower appeared maintained but currently unmanned, its metal stairs leading up to a small cabin, perhaps 40 feet above ground. The door at the base of the stairs was unlocked. A sign indicated the tower was open to hikers during daylight hours, but not for overnight use. I ignored this directive and climbed quickly, wanting height and visibility more than anything else. The cabin at the top was small but well equipped. A desk with radio equipment, maps on the walls, basic emergency supplies. Most importantly, it offered 360-degree views of the surrounding forest. I tried the radio immediately, but received only static across all frequencies. A logbook on the desk showed the tower was checked weekly during fire season, with the last entry dated just 3 days ago. Help would come, if I could just hold out. As afternoon faded toward evening, I scanned the forest edge with obsessive regularity. For hours, nothing moved except wind-blown branches. Then, as sunset painted the western sky in bloody streaks, I spotted it, a figure emerging from the tree line directly below the tower. Through binoculars found in the cabin, I finally saw my pursuer clearly. The sight defied easy description. A human form, certainly, but moved with an unnatural, jerking gait. It wore a covering made from multiple animal hides stitched together, and a headdress incorporating a deer skull with antlers intact. Where its face should have been visible beneath this grotesque helmet, there was only shadow. It stopped at the edge of the clearing, staring up at the tower. Even from 40 feet above, I felt pinned by that invisible gaze. It raised one arm in that same ambiguous gesture I'd seen before, then deliberately walked the perimeter of the clearing, never taking its attention from the tower. I watched, transfixed, as it completed a full circuit, then returned to its starting point. There it began what I can only describe as a ritual, moving in patterns that seemed both random and precisely calculated, occasionally stopping to scrape marks in the earth or arrange small objects it carried. As darkness fell, I lost sight of the figure, but could hear activity continuing below. Scraping sounds, the crack of breaking branches, something being dragged across the ground. I kept all lights off, not wanting to silhouette myself in the windows. Around midnight, the sounds stopped. The silence that followed was worse than any noise, an expectant, predatory hush. I strained to hear anything over the pounding of my own heart. The first impact against the tower's base came without warning, a heavy, deliberate thud that vibrated through the metal framework. Then another, and another. Not random attacks, but rhythmic, like a slow heartbeat. Testing the structure, or sending a message. The impacts continued for perhaps 20 minutes, then ceased. In the silence that followed, I heard a new sound, the distinctive creak of weight on the metal stairs. Step by step, methodical and unhurried, something was ascending toward the cabin. I braced a chair against the hatch that served as the cabin's only entrance, then retreated to the far side, knife in hand. The creaking progress continued until it reached the top. The hatch handle turned, found resistance, then stopped. Silence again, stretching interminably. Then a scraping directly against the outside wall of the cabin, something circling the small structure, testing each wall, each window. Occasionally, a shadow would pass across the glass, blocking the faint starlight. This psychological siege continued through the night. Periods of activity followed by unnerving silence, then renewed attempts to find weakness in my refuge. I remained motionless, conserving energy, mind oscillating between terror and a strange, detached analysis of my situation. As pre-dawn light began to filter through the trees, the presence withdrew. I heard its descent on the metal stairs, then watched through binoculars as it crossed the clearing toward the forest edge. At the tree line, it turned for one final look at the tower. In daylight, what I saw made no logical sense. The figure's proportions seemed to shift as it moved, its silhouette changing subtly against the dark trees. It raised both arms in a gesture that might have been supplication or threat, then slipped into the forest and was gone. But it had left something behind. In the center of the clearing, visible now in growing daylight, was an arrangement that turned my blood to ice. My own discarded gear from the abandoned campsite, arranged in a crude human shape. A message, unmistakable in its intent. You are not escaping. The day passed in tense vigilance. I searched the tower thoroughly, looking for anything that might help my situation. The emergency supplies included water purification tablets, some preserved food, a first aid kit, and a flare gun with 3 rounds. The radio remained stubbornly silent despite my repeated attempts across all frequencies. Most valuable was a detailed topographical map covering the entire region. I located the tower's position and traced potential routes to civilization. The nearest ranger station was approximately 18 miles east, but the terrain between looked challenging, a series of ridges and valleys with few established trails. More concerning was what I found in the tower's logbook. Between mundane entries about weather conditions and fire risk, I discovered a pattern. References to unusual activity and unexplained sightings stretching back several seasons. The most recent entry, from just 3 days ago, included a cryptic note. Found more structures in North Quadrant. Reported to HQ. No response yet. As afternoon waned, I faced a difficult decision. The logbook indicated the next scheduled check wouldn't happen for 4 days. Could I last that long under siege? Or should I attempt to reach help on my own? The creature's behavior suggested it was playing a calculated game. It could have attacked directly many times, but chose psychological warfare instead. This realization didn't comfort me. Whatever hunted me was intelligent, patient, and intimately familiar with these woods. I decided to leave at first light. Remaining meant eventual dehydration or starvation if help didn't arrive. At least movement offered some chance, however slim. That night passed in similar fashion to the previous one. Intermittent testing of the tower's structure, occasional ascents of the staircase, and that same unnerving circling of the cabin. I didn't sleep, but conserved energy and planned my route for morning. Dawn came with unexpected fog, thick white mist that limited visibility to a few dozen yards. It wasn't ideal for navigation, but provided cover I desperately needed. I packed what supplies I could carry from the tower, including the flare gun, and descended cautiously, scanning constantly for movement in the surrounding whiteness. The clearing seemed abandoned, but the arrangement of my gear remained in the center, a grotesque scarecrow marking what felt increasingly like my own grave. I skirted it widely and headed east, compass in hand. The fog muffled sound and distorted distance, transforming the forest into an alien landscape. I moved as quietly as possible, stopping frequently to listen for pursuit. For the first hour, I detected nothing unusual, just the drip of condensation from leaves and the occasional call of a bird. By mid-morning, the fog began to lift, revealing a landscape of steep ridges and narrow valleys. I maintained my eastward heading, sometimes having to detour around impassable terrain, but always returning to my chosen direction. Around noon, I found the first sign that I was being followed. A crude marker fashioned from twisted branches pointing in the direction I had just come from. It hadn't been there when I passed earlier. My pursuer was not only tracking me, but moving ahead to leave these taunting signs. I quickened my pace despite growing fatigue. The terrain grew increasingly difficult. Loose shale slopes that threatened to send me sliding. Thick understory that clutched at my legs. Stream crossings where the water ran swift and cold. By late afternoon, I reached the base of a particularly steep ridge. According to my map, once over this obstacle, the land would gradually descend toward the ranger station. I began the climb, muscles protesting after days of constant exertion and minimal rest. Near the summit, I found another marker, this one more elaborate, a small collection of bones arranged in a spiral pattern, with a central space containing what looked disturbingly like a human molar. I forced myself not to think about its origin. The ridge top offered a momentary sense of achievement. Below stretched a valley that eventually opened onto what appeared to be logged areas, signs of human activity. Perhaps 3 or 4 hours of travel if I maintained my pace. I had just started my descent when I heard it. A sound that didn't belong in any natural forest. A rhythmic clicking, like bone striking bone, emanating from the ridgeline behind me. I didn't turn to look. I ran. The downslope was treacherous, loose rocks and exposed roots threatening to send me tumbling. I abandoned caution for speed, using trees to break my descent where possible. The clicking sound continued, sometimes fading, sometimes growing louder, but always present. At the valley floor, I encountered a small stream and followed it eastward. The banks were overgrown, but provided clear direction. As twilight approached, I faced the reality that I wouldn't reach civilization before dark. I needed shelter, somewhere defensible to wait out the night. The stream had carved a small ravine in places, with undercut banks and exposed root systems of large trees. One such hollow looked promising, a cavity beneath a massive old-growth evergreen, partially screened by fallen branches. I crawled inside and arranged the branches to better conceal the entrance. The space was cramped but offered good visibility of the approaching stream bed, while hiding me from casual observation. Darkness fell with the suddenness particular to forests. I didn't dare use my flashlight, instead relying on increasingly dilated pupils to make out shapes in the gloom. The stream's gentle voice provided some cover for small movements, but also masked sounds of approach. I don't know exactly when I became aware of the presence. There was no sound, no visual cue, just an absolute certainty that something waited nearby. I controlled my breathing, trying not to make the slightest noise, while straining to detect movement in the darkness. A soft scraping sound came from directly above. Something moving across the top of my shelter. Dirt and small debris filtered down through the roots, forming my ceiling. The weight moved methodically, testing different sections of the ground above. I clutched the flare gun, considering my options. Firing would reveal my position absolutely, but might drive the creature away temporarily. Or it might provoke a direct attack. I decided to wait. Hours passed in this suspended state, the presence above occasionally shifting position but never leaving. Once, a small object dropped through the roots and landed beside me. A carved wooden figure, humanoid but with exaggerated limbs and an animal-like head. A calling card, left deliberately. Shortly before dawn, the heaviness above receded. I remained motionless, suspecting a trap. When faint light finally began filtering through the trees, I cautiously emerged, every sense alert for danger. The stream bed appeared empty in both directions. On the ground above my shelter, I found disturbed earth and a clear impression, as if something heavy had lain there through the night, watching, waiting, perhaps listening to my terrified heartbeat just inches below. I resumed my eastward journey immediately, following the stream as it widened and joined a larger waterway. The forest began showing signs of human management, younger stands of trees in regular patterns, occasional cut stumps, and finally, a narrow dirt road paralleling the water. Hope surged. I increased my pace despite exhaustion. The road gradually improved, showing tire tracks and eventually widening enough for vehicle passage. By mid-morning, I spotted what looked like a building through the trees ahead. I approached cautiously, having learned harsh lessons about false security. It was an old logging shed or equipment storage, abandoned but relatively intact. No vehicle was present, but boot prints in the mud suggested recent human visitation. Inside, I found basic tools, some empty fuel containers, and, most precious, a two-way radio on a shelf. I activated it with trembling hands and was rewarded with the crackle of static. I cycled through channels until I found one with audible voices, then pressed the transmit button. Emergency. Hiker in distress. Located at old logging shed east of Black Ridge Valley. Being pursued. Need immediate assistance. The response was immediate but broken, signal fading in and out. Copy that. Location again. Sending. Stay put. Relief nearly overwhelmed me. Help was coming. I just needed to hold out. I secured the shed as best I could, using tools to reinforce the single door and small window. Then I took up position where I could watch the approach from the forest while maintaining access to the radio. As afternoon stretched toward evening, a new sound reached me. The distant but unmistakable drone of a vehicle engine. I almost wept with relief. But as the sound grew closer, another awareness dawned. A presence in the forest edge opposite the road. A figure partially concealed by shadows, watching the shed with unnerving stillness. The antlered silhouette was unmistakable. We both heard the approaching vehicle. The figure made no move to retreat, instead stepping partially into clearer view. For the first time, I witnessed a display that seemed like genuine emotion. A posture of rage or defiance directed not at me but at the approaching intrusion. The creature turned its antlered head toward me one final time. Even without seeing its face, I understood the message. This isn't over. Then it was gone, melting into the forest with unnatural speed just as headlights appeared on the access road. The forestry service truck pulled up outside the shed, and two uniformed rangers emerged, looking concerned and confused. I stumbled outside, babbling my story in disconnected fragments. They exchanged glances I couldn't interpret, then helped me into their vehicle. As we drove away, I kept my eyes fixed on the darkening forest edge, certain that somewhere in those shadows, patient yellow eyes were watching, waiting. The threat had retreated, but not disappeared. And deep down, I knew with terrible certainty that the wilderness held secrets most of us are never meant to uncover. Territories where the line between predator and prey, between human and other, blurs into meaninglessness. Some boundaries aren't meant to be crossed. Some watchers aren't meant to be seen. The rangers took me to a small outpost where I gave a formal statement. Their reactions ranged from professional concern to poorly concealed skepticism. They documented my injuries, the condition of my equipment, and took detailed notes about my encounter locations. One of them, an older man with weathered features, asked fewer questions, but watched me with unsettling intensity. When I finished my account, the younger ranger left to make some calls. The older one, Ranger Blackburn according to his nameplate, remained behind. "Not the first report we've had," he said quietly, once we were alone. "Not even the 10th. I stared at him, processing the implications. "Official position is cougar activity, maybe bears. Territorial behaviors misinterpreted by exhausted hikers." He shrugged. "Paperwork's easier that way." "But you don't believe that," I said. He studied me for a long moment. 26 years in these forests, seen things that don't fit neat explanations, tracks that change character mid-stride, structures no local would build. Hunters gone missing where they shouldn't. Why don't you warn people?" "About what exactly?" "Warn them that the most remote sections of wilderness might contain something that doesn't appear in any wildlife manual." He shook his head. "Tourism board would love that." The conversation ended when the younger ranger returned. I was transported to the nearest hospital for treatment of dehydration, exposure, and various minor injuries. The doctors were professional but distant, clearly attributing my psychological state to trauma and exhaustion. I was released after 2 days and gave additional statements to local police and Forest Service officials. My account was recorded, filed, and effectively buried. The official report cited an unfortunate combination of poor preparation, navigation errors, and wildlife encounters. I returned home to concerned friends and a backlog of work emails. Superficially, life resumed its normal rhythm. But beneath the surface, everything had changed. Sleep became my enemy. Each night brought dreams of being pursued through endless forests by a patient, calculating presence. I would wake, gasping, certain something was watching from the darkened corners of my bedroom. Rational thought provided no defense against these visceral reactions. I researched obsessively, spending hours scouring internet forums and obscure anthropological journals. Reports existed, scattered, often ridiculed, but showing disturbing consistencies. Encounters in remote areas with figures described as wearing animal hides and antlers or horns. Unexplained structures deep in wilderness areas. Patterns of stalking behavior lasting days. Most accounts ended with the person escaping to civilization. A few ended differently, discovered only as brief mentions in missing persons databases or local newspaper archives. 3 weeks after my return, a small package arrived at my apartment. No return address, postmarked from the small town nearest to Blackridge Forest. Inside was a folded note and a small wooden carving, identical to the one dropped into my shelter that final night. The note, written in cramped handwriting, contained just 3 lines. Boundary crossed. Recognition established. It remembers your scent. It knows where you live. I moved the following week, changing my name and leaving no forwarding address. I abandoned social media and cut ties with anyone connected to my previous life. Some might call it paranoia. I consider it survival. I live now in a small apartment in a crowded city, as far from wilderness as I can manage. Yet sometimes, catching a glimpse of parkland trees from my window, I feel that familiar prickle between my shoulder blades, the certainty of being observed by patient, calculating eyes. Most disturbing are the small signs, arranged twigs on my windowsill, unaccountable scratching at my door in the dead of night, the occasional glimpse of an antlered silhouette reflected in windows of buildings across the street. Boundaries mean nothing to it. Distance is merely an inconvenience. Civilization offers the illusion of protection, nothing more. I write this account not as warning. Those who need warning won't recognize the danger until too late, but as testimony. Something ancient and other shares our world, dwelling in the diminishing spaces between human territories. It watches from forest shadows, learning our patterns, testing our defenses. And sometimes, when it finds a human who strays too far into its domain, it follows them home. Listen carefully tonight. That sound, branches against your window or fingers. That shadow, just clothes hanging in your closet, or something watching, waiting. Some boundaries aren't meant to be crossed. Some watchers aren't meant to be seen. And some pursuits never truly end. I should have known something was wrong when the park ranger's hand shook as he handed me the permit. Not the normal tremor of age or caffeine withdrawal, but something deeper. Something that made him avoid eye contact and mumble warnings about staying on marked trails. "You sure about this location?" he asked, tapping the laminated map with a yellowed fingernail. "Kitanawa Trail's been difficult lately." I laughed it off then. 3 months later, sitting in this hospital bed with bandages covering half my face and nightmares that wake me screaming, I understand what he meant by difficult. My name is Alex Chen, and I'm a wilderness photographer. Was, anyway. I doubt I'll ever venture into the deep woods again after what happened in those 3 days last October. But I need to tell someone, and if you're reading this, you're probably the type who seeks out these kinds of stories. Maybe you'll believe me. Maybe you won't. But I need to get this out before the memories eat me alive. It started as a routine assignment. National Geographic wanted shots of autumn foliage in the lesser-known wilderness areas of the Pacific Northwest. The Kitanawa Trail, a remote section of the Cascade Range, had been mentioned in some old hiking journals as particularly spectacular. The forest there was old growth, untouched by logging, with trees that predated Columbus by centuries. I'd convinced my college roommate Marcus to come along for safety and extra hands. Marcus worked in tech now, pale and soft from years behind a desk, but he'd been eager to escape Seattle's rain and reconnect with nature. My girlfriend Sarah had planned to join us, but a family emergency kept her home. Looking back, that emergency might have saved her life. We'd also picked up Jake, a guy from the hiking forums who'd been pushing to join our group for weeks. Something about him made me uneasy. Too eager, too many questions about our exact route and timing. But he seemed experienced, carried expensive gear, and claimed to know the area well. The drive to the trailhead took us deep into Olympic National Forest, past ranger stations and tourist spots, through increasingly narrow roads until we reached a dirt parking area that looked abandoned. No other cars, no trail markers. Just a wooden sign so weathered the letters were barely visible. Kitanawa Trail. Backcountry permit required. "This is it?" Marcus asked, shouldering his pack with obvious reluctance. "According to the coordinates," I said, checking my GPS, "the trail should start just past those cedars." Jake emerged from behind his truck, fully loaded with a pack that looked military grade. "Beautiful country," he said, but something in his voice suggested he wasn't referring to the scenery. We found the trailhead after some searching, a narrow gap between massive cedar trunks, marked by a small cairn. The path was barely visible, more of a game trail than anything humans had maintained. Ancient trees rose around us like cathedral pillars, their canopy so thick that even at midday, we walked in perpetual twilight. "How far to the first campsite?" Marcus asked after we'd been hiking for 2 hours. I consulted the Park Service map. "Should be about 8 miles in. There's a clearing near Kitanawa Creek." But we never found that clearing. As afternoon stretched toward evening, the trail became increasingly difficult to follow. We'd stop every few hundred yards to stack rocks or tie bright flagging tape to branches, trying to maintain some sense of direction. The GPS signal had died completely after the first hour. "Are we lost?" Sarah would have asked if she'd been there. She had a practical mind, good instincts about when to turn back. But Sarah was safe at home, and we were 3 men with too much pride to admit we might be in over our heads. "Let's push on a bit further," I said. "There's still some daylight." That's when we heard the first howl. It started low, almost like wind through the trees, then rose to a pitch that made our teeth ache. But it wasn't quite right for a wolf. Too long, too controlled, and it seemed to come from multiple directions at once. "Coyotes," Jake said quickly. "They're common up here." But Marcus and I exchanged glances. We'd both heard coyotes before. This was something else. The sound came again 20 minutes later, closer this time. And then we smelled it. Something rotten and animal, like a deer carcass left too long in the sun, but mixed with something else. Something that reminded me of wet dog and human sweat. We made camp in a small clearing as darkness fell, though none of us spoke about the inadequate shelter it provided. The trees pressed close on all sides, their branches forming a canopy so thick we could barely see stars. Marcus struggled with his tent in the growing gloom while I gathered firewood. "Anyone else notice there aren't any birds?" Marcus asked as we sat around the fire later. He was right. The forest was silent except for the crack of burning wood and the distant sound of running water that might have been the creek. No owls, no night insects, no rustling of small animals in the underbrush. Just silence so complete it felt oppressive. "It's the smell," I said. "Whatever died out there, it's keeping everything else away." Jake had been quiet through dinner, staring into the fire with an intensity that made me uncomfortable. Now he looked up, his eyes reflecting the flames in a way that seemed wrong. "It's not something that died," he said softly. "It's something that's hunting." "Hunting what?" Marcus asked. Jake's smile was barely visible in the flickering light. "Us." I should have paid more attention to that smile. Should have noticed how Jake's pupils seemed too large, how his teeth appeared sharper in the firelight. Should have wondered why he'd been so eager to join strangers on a remote hiking trip. But I was tired, and the fire was warm, and the forest felt protective despite its silence. I told myself Jake was just trying to spook us, sharing ghost stories around the campfire like kids at summer camp. The first real sign of trouble came around midnight. I was lying in my sleeping bag, drifting between sleep and wakefulness, when I heard something walking around our campsite. Not the stumbling gait of a bear or the quick scurry of a raccoon. This was deliberate, measured, bipedal. I unzipped my tent flaps slightly and peered out. The fire had burned down to embers, casting only the faintest glow. But I could see a shape moving between the trees. Tall, thin, walking upright but wrong somehow. Its arms hung too long, and its head seemed to turn too far as it examined our tents. My breath caught in my throat. The thing was wearing clothes, or what remained of them. Tattered fabric hung from its frame, and something that might have been boots covered its feet. But its proportions were all wrong, as if someone had stretched a human body on a medieval rack. It paused at Jake's tent, and I heard a low sound. Not quite human speech, but not animal either. Something that might have been communication. Then it moved toward Marcus's tent, and I had to bite my tongue to keep from shouting a warning. But the thing just stood there, swaying slightly, its two long arms hanging at its sides. After what felt like hours, it turned and walked back into the forest, disappearing between the trees as silently as it had come. I didn't sleep for the rest of the night. When dawn finally came, pale and filtered through the canopy, I was the first one up. I checked around the campsite for tracks, but the ground was too hard and covered with pine needles to show clear prints. Marcus emerged from his tent looking haggard. "Did you hear that last night?" he asked. "Hear what?" "Someone walking around." "And Jake?" He glanced toward Jake's tent. Jake was talking to someone, having a whole conversation, but there wasn't anyone there. I was about to respond when Jake's tent unzipped. He stepped out, fully dressed, looking more alert than anyone should after camping in the wilderness. "Beautiful morning," he said, stretching. "Ready for another day of hiking?" But as he spoke, I noticed something that made my stomach clench. Jake's boots were clean. Not a speck of mud or pine needles, despite the fact that he'd supposedly been walking around in the middle of the night. And his clothes smelled like that same rotten animal scent we'd noticed the evening before. "Where did you go last night?" I asked directly. Jake's smile faltered for just a moment. "I didn't go anywhere. Slept like a baby." Marcus and I exchanged glances. We both knew he was lying, but neither of us was prepared for what that lie might mean. We broke camp quickly, eager to reach the main trail and get back to civilization. But as we packed our gear, I noticed other disturbing details. Some of our food was missing, not taken cleanly, but torn open and partially consumed. And there were marks on the trees around our campsite, deep gouges that looked like claw marks but were too high up to be made by any normal animal. "Which way?" Marcus asked, shouldering his pack. I consulted the map, trying to remember our route from the previous day. "The trail should be that way." I pointed toward a gap in the trees that looked familiar, but Jake shook his head. "No, we want to go deeper. There's something I need to show you." "Deeper?" Marcus looked alarmed. "I thought we were heading back to the main trail." "Trust me," Jake said. "There's something up ahead you need to see. Something about this place." His voice had changed, becoming more commanding. And his eyes. His eyes seemed to reflect light even in the dim forest, like an animal's. I should have refused. Should have grabbed Marcus and headed back the way we came, using our flagging tape and rock cairns to find our way out. But something in Jake's voice made it difficult to argue, a persuasive quality that seemed to bypass rational thought. Just a little further, Jake said. Then we'll head back, I promise. And like fools, we followed him deeper into the Kitanawa wilderness, deeper into the territory of something that had been watching us since we arrived, something that had been waiting for us to come to it. The morning mist swirled around us as we walked, and I could have sworn I heard voices in it, whispers in a language I didn't recognize. But whenever I stopped to listen, there was only silence and the sound of our boots on the forest floor. Jake led us up a steep ridge, moving with surprising agility for someone carrying a heavy pack. He seemed to know exactly where he was going, despite the lack of any visible trail. And he kept looking back at us with that same wrong smile, as if he was leading us towards something he'd been planning all along. By noon, we were completely lost. The forest had become denser, older, more oppressive. The trees here were massive, their trunks so wide that several people couldn't have linked arms around them. And carved into the bark, barely visible beneath moss and lichen, were symbols that looked like they predated any known Native American culture. "What is this place?" Marcus whispered. Jake had stopped ahead of us, standing at the edge of what looked like a natural amphitheater. The ground sloped down into a circular depression, and at its center was a ring of standing stones covered in the same ancient symbols. "This is where it begins," Jake said. "This is where you learn what you really are." That's when I noticed that Jake's shadow was wrong. In the filtered sunlight, Marcus and I cast normal shadows on the ground. But Jake's shadow seemed to flicker and change, sometimes appearing four-legged, sometimes growing and shrinking independent of his movements. And that's when I realized we weren't just lost in the wilderness. We were being hunted by something that had been pretending to be human all along. The stone circle was older than anything I'd ever seen, older than the trees, older than the mountains themselves. Each monolith stood about 8 feet tall, covered in spirals and symbols that seemed to shift and writhe when I wasn't looking directly at them. The ground within the circle was barren, packed earth that looked scorched despite the moisture of the Pacific Northwest. "This isn't on any map," Marcus said, his voice tight with growing panic. Jake stood at the edge of the circle, his head tilted at an unnatural angle. "Maps are made by people who don't understand this place, who don't know its true history." I pulled out my camera, some photographer's instinct making me want to document what we were seeing. But when I looked through the viewfinder, the stones appeared different. Older, more worn, and covered in what looked like dark stains. And there were shapes moving between them, tall and thin and wrong. "Don't," Jake said sharply. "Some things aren't meant to be captured." His voice carried that same compelling quality from earlier, but now it seemed to echo strangely, as if coming from multiple directions at once. I lowered the camera, my hands shaking. "What is this place?" I asked. "The Kitanawa called it the Crossing," Jake said. "A place where the barriers are thin, where things can move between worlds." "The Kitanawa?" Marcus looked confused. "I thought that was just the name of the trail." Jake's smile was predatory. "The Kitanawa were the people who lived here before the white settlers came, before the government decided this land needed to be protected and made it into a park." He walked slowly around the circle's perimeter, his movements becoming more fluid, more animal-like. "They knew what lived in these woods. They knew how to appease it." "Appease what?" I asked, though I was beginning to fear the answer. "The Yi Naldlushi," Jake said, pronouncing the words with perfect inflection. "The one who walks on all fours. The one who can wear any face, any form." The temperature seemed to drop 10 degrees. Marcus moved closer to me and I could feel him trembling. "You're talking about—" Marcus swallowed hard. Skinwalkers. Jake's laugh was like breaking glass. Such a crude name. Such a misunderstanding of what we really are. He'd said we. I started backing away from the circle, pulling Marcus with me. But Jake was suddenly in front of us, though I hadn't seen him move. His face was the same, but his eyes were completely black now, reflecting light like an animal's. "You can't leave," he said conversationally. "Not now that you've seen the circle. Not now that you know." "Know what?" My voice cracked. "That you're not at the top of the food chain. That you never were." The forest around us had gone completely silent. Even the sound of distant water had stopped, and I could smell that rotten animal scent again, stronger now, mixed with something metallic that made my stomach turn. "There are rules in the old places," Jake continued, beginning to pace around us in a slow circle. "Rules that predate your civilization, your laws, your understanding of the world. The Kitanawa knew these rules. They followed them. That's why they survived here for thousands of years." "What happened to them?" Marcus asked. "The same thing that happens to all prey animals when something bigger moves into their territory." Jake's teeth seemed sharper now, his canines elongated. "They adapted, or they died. Some of them adapted very well." He gestured to the stone circle. This was a feeding ground, a place where the Yi Na Lushi would come to hunt. The Kitanawa would bring offerings, food, tools, sometimes people. In exchange, they were left alone. People. I felt sick. Captives from other tribes, outcasts, the weak and the old. Jake's voice had become almost sing-song. It was a practical arrangement. The Yi Nald Lushi fed, and the Kitanawa prospered. "That's murder," Marcus said. "That's survival. That's nature." Jake stopped pacing and faced us directly. But then the white men came with their guns and their diseases and their absolute certainty that they understood the world. They drove out the Kitanawa, turned their sacred places into tourist destinations, and forgot the old rules. "But the Yinald Lushi remained," I said, understanding beginning to dawn. "We remained," Jake corrected. "Hungry, angry, waiting for the right moment to reclaim what was ours." The shadows between the trees had begun to move, and I realized we weren't alone. Other shapes were emerging from the forest, tall, thin figures that walked upright but wrong, their movements too fluid, too predatory. "The thing is," Jake continued, "the old compact is broken. The Kitanawa are gone. There's no one left to make the proper offerings, to follow the proper rituals. So we have to take what we need." One of the shapes stepped into the clearing, and I saw it clearly for the first time. It had once been human. I could see the remnants of hiking clothes, the remains of a face that might have been attractive once. But something had stretched it, changed it, made it into something else entirely. Its limbs were too long, its fingers ended in claws, and its eyes were the same empty black as Jake's. "Meet Jennifer," Jake said pleasantly. "She was a park ranger here about 5 years ago. Came to investigate reports of missing hikers. She understood the rules very quickly." The thing that had been Jennifer tilted its head and made a sound that might have been speech, but was too distorted to understand. Jake nodded as if he'd understood perfectly. "She says you smell like fear," he translated. "That's good. Fear makes the meat tender." Marcus grabbed my arm. "We need to run." But there were shapes all around us now, emerging from between the trees. At least 6 of them, all wrong, all predatory. Some still wore the tattered remains of human clothing. Others had abandoned the pretense entirely and moved on all fours, their limbs elongated and bent at impossible angles. "Running would be useless," Jake said. "We know these woods. We know every trail, every hiding place, and we're faster than you can imagine." He began to change as he spoke. His face elongated. his jaw jutting forward as his teeth grew longer and sharper. His fingers stretched into claws, and his spine curved as he dropped to all fours. But the worst part was his eyes. They remained human, intelligent, aware of what he was becoming. "The old ways are returning," he said, his voice becoming a growl. The Kitanawa understood that humans are just another kind of prey. It's time you learned the same lesson. The pack circled us slowly, and I realized this wasn't just about hunting. It was about transformation, about adding us to their numbers. "Some of you will die," Jake continued, his form shifting between human and something else. "Some of you will change. Either way, you'll stay in the forest. You'll become part of the old compact." That's when I remembered something from my research into the area's history. The Kitanawa hadn't just disappeared. They'd been relocated to a reservation 200 miles away. But according to the records, less than half the tribe had made the journey. The rest had simply vanished into the wilderness. "You're not Kitanawa," I said. "You're what happened to them." Jake's laugh was more howl than human sound now. "Very good. The Yi Naldlushi needed servants, needed those who could walk among humans without suspicion. The Kitanawa were recruited. Those who adapted survived. Those who didn't became food." "And now you're doing the same thing to hikers," Marcus said. "Only the ones who come too deep into the forest. Only the ones who find the old places." Jake's transformation was nearly complete now. "The Park Service thinks there are just a few missing persons cases. Unfortunate accidents. They have no idea how many people have simply joined us." The circle of predators was tightening. I could see their breath steaming in the suddenly cold air, could hear the sound of claws scraping against stone. And I understood that we had maybe minutes before they decided to end this conversation and begin whatever ritual they had planned. "The choice is simple," Jake said. "Submit to the change willingly, and you'll retain some part of your humanity. Fight, and you'll become something purely animal. Either way, you'll never leave this forest." But as he spoke, I noticed something. The stone circle behind him was beginning to glow with a faint light, and the symbols carved into the monoliths were becoming more distinct. And I remembered something else from my research. The Kitanawa had been known for their elaborate rituals, their complex relationship with the spirit world. If this place was truly sacred to them, there might be more to it than just a feeding ground. There might be protections, safeguards, ways to fight back against the things that had corrupted their legacy. I just had to figure out how to use them before Jake and his pack decided they were tired of talking and ready to feed. The problem was, I had no idea what those protections might be or how to activate them. And judging by the way the skinwalkers were beginning to close in, I was running out of time to figure it out. The attack came without warning. One moment Jake was speaking, his voice a disturbing mix of human speech and animal growl, and the next he was launching himself at Marcus with inhuman speed. But Marcus surprised us all. Instead of freezing or running, he swung his hiking pole like a baseball bat, catching Jake across the side of the head with a wet crack. Jake stumbled, more startled than hurt, and let out a howl that was answered by the other creatures surrounding us. The sound echoed off the stone circle, seeming to amplify and distort until the entire forest rang with predatory hunger. "The circle!" I shouted, grabbing Marcus's arm. "Get to the circle!" It was pure instinct, but something about the ancient stones felt safer than the open forest. We ran toward the ring of monoliths as the pack converged on our position, their elongated forms moving with terrifying grace through the undergrowth. The thing that had been Jennifer reached us first, her claws raking across my backpack and shredding the fabric. But the moment we crossed the threshold of the stone circle, she pulled back with a sharp cry, as if she'd been burned. Marcus stumbled and fell, his hiking pole clattering against one of the stones. The impact sent a vibration through the ground, and the carved symbols flared with pale light. The skinwalkers circled the perimeter but wouldn't cross the threshold. "Clever," Jake said, his voice thick with blood from his injured jaw. "But you can't stay in there forever." He was right. The circle was maybe 20 feet across, and we had limited supplies. But at least we were alive. and the ancient stones seemed to provide some protection. "What is this place really?" I asked, hoping to buy time while I figured out our next move. Jake spat blood onto the ground. The Kitanawa called it the Judgment Circle, a place where the old powers would decide who lived and who died. They thought it would protect them from us. His laugh was bitter. They were wrong. But it's protecting us now, Marcus pointed out. For the moment. Jake began to pace around the circle's perimeter, his movements becoming more animal-like. But judgment requires sacrifice. The circle demands a price for its protection. As if summoned by his words, the symbols on the stones began to glow brighter. And I could feel something stirring beneath the packed earth, something old and hungry and patient. "What kind of price?" I asked. "Blood," Jake said simply. "The circle feeds on blood and pain. It always has. That's why the Kitanawa brought offerings here. That's why we've continued the tradition." The ground beneath our feet was beginning to warm, and I could hear something that sounded like breathing coming from deep underground. The protection of the circle was real, but it came with a cost. "So we're trapped," Marcus said. "Stay here and be sacrificed to whatever's under the ground, or leave and be torn apart by those things." "There's a third option," Jake said, his eyes gleaming. "Join us willingly. The change is easier when you don't fight it." To demonstrate, he began to shift more dramatically. His bones cracked and reformed, his skin stretching and changing texture. Within moments, he was something that barely resembled human, a massive, wolf-like creature with Jake's eyes and intelligence. "This is what we really are," he said, his voice now a rumbling growl. "What we were always meant to be." The Kitanawa understood that evolution doesn't stop, that sometimes, to survive, you have to become the predator. The other creatures around the circle began to change as well, their forms shifting and flowing like living clay. I realized that their human appearances had been the disguise, not their true forms. They were something else entirely. Something that had learned to mimic human shape. "How long have you been here?" I asked. "Centuries," Jake replied. "We came with the first human settlements, drawn by the scent of so much prey. We learned to take their forms, to walk among them, to hunt from within their own communities." "And the Kitanawa?" "Were already here. They knew about us, had developed ways to appease us, but they also knew we could be bargained with. Some of them chose to join us rather than be consumed by us." The light from the stone circle was growing brighter, and I could feel the presence beneath the ground stirring more actively. Whatever lived down there was waking up, and it was hungry. "The old power requires feeding," Jake continued. "If you won't come out, and you won't join us, then you'll feed the circle itself. One way or another, this place will have its due." That's when I noticed something in the carvings on the stones. Among the spirals and symbols were images, pictographs that seemed to tell a story. Humans bringing offerings to the circle, the ground opening up to accept them. And then, other humans driving something back into the earth with spears and fire. "The Kitanawa didn't just appease you," I said, studying the images. "They fought back." Jake's expression darkened. "Eventually, when their shamans grew powerful enough to challenge us directly. But that knowledge died with them." "Did it?" I traced one of the symbols with my finger, and it flared with light. "Or did they leave instructions?" The pictographs were becoming clearer as I studied them. They showed a ritual, something involving fire and blood and specific words. A way to bind the creatures, to force them back to whatever realm they'd come from. But the ritual required sacrifice. Not just blood, but life itself. Someone had to die to power the binding. "Even if you could read their symbols," Jake said, "you don't have what the ritual requires. You don't have the bloodline, the training, the power." "Maybe not," I said, "but I have something else. I pulled out my camera and began photographing the symbols. The flash strobed across the stones, and each burst of light seemed to make the creatures recoil. "Light," I said to Marcus. "They don't like bright light." "The flash won't stop us," Jake growled. "Just delay us." But I was already working on something else. My camera bag contained more than just photography equipment. I had emergency flares, a high-powered LED flashlight, and a small camping lantern. Not much, but maybe enough. "The ritual," I said, still studying the pictographs. "It's not just about binding them. It's about showing them what they really are, forcing them to confront their own nature." The images showed the creatures cowering before something that looked like a mirror or reflective surface, and the humans in the pictographs were holding up what looked like polished metal shields. "Mirrors," I said. "They can't stand to see their own reflections." "Superstition," Jake snarled, but he'd backed away from the circle's edge. I pulled out my camera's LCD screen and angled it toward him. His image appeared in the display, but it was wrong, distorted, showing his true form even when he appeared human. Jake howled and covered his eyes. The other creatures began to wail in harmony, a sound that made my teeth ache and my vision blur. "That's why you avoid cameras," I said. "Why you told me not to take pictures. You know what they'll show." But the effort was draining the camera's battery, and I could feel the presence beneath the circle growing stronger. The protection was failing, and the ancient hunger was waking up. "Even if you drive us back," Jake said, his voice thick with rage, "you can't escape this place. The circle will claim you. It always claims someone." He was right. I could feel the ground beneath us beginning to crack, and something was pushing up from below. The Kitanawa's protection came with a price, and that price was about to come due. But I had one more card to play. One last desperate gambit based on what I'd learned about the old rituals. "The circle doesn't just demand sacrifice," I said. "It demands willing sacrifice. Someone who chooses to feed it." "Don't." Marcus grabbed my arm. "Don't even think about it." But I was already thinking about it. About Sarah, safe at home. About the families of all the hikers who disappeared in these woods. About the fact that Jake and his pack would never stop hunting unless someone stopped them. "The ritual requires a willing death," I said. "Someone who chooses to bind themselves to the circle, to become its guardian instead of its victim." "You don't understand what you're offering," Jake said. "The circle doesn't just kill. It consumes. It takes everything you are and makes it part of itself. But it would stop you," I said. "It would keep you from hunting anyone else." The creatures around the circle had gone silent, watching this exchange with predatory interest. They understood what I was considering, and they were afraid. "There's another way," Marcus said desperately. "There has to be another way." But the ground was cracking wider, and something pale and hungry was beginning to emerge from below. The choice was becoming clear: sacrifice myself to stop the skinwalkers, or let them continue their hunting while we all died anyway. I looked at Marcus, at Jake, at the ancient stones that had witnessed so much death and transformation. And I made my decision. But before I could act on it, something unexpected happened. The morning sun, which had been filtered through the canopy all day, suddenly broke through the clouds and shone directly into the circle. The light struck the stones and reflected off their carved surfaces, creating a brilliant pattern of intersecting beams. The skinwalkers shrieked and fled, their forms dissolving in the sudden radiance. Even Jake stumbled backward, his shape shifting and blurring as he tried to escape the light. It's not just mirrors, I realized. It's focused light. That's what the ritual really required. The pictographs weren't showing metal shields. They were showing polished stone surfaces, positioned to reflect sunlight into the circle. The Kitanawa hadn't just used blood and sacrifice. They'd used the power of the sun itself. But the light was already fading as clouds moved across the sky. And the presence beneath the circle was still rising, still hungry, still demanding its due. We had moments before the protection failed completely. Moments to either escape or find another way to stop the creatures that had been hunting in these woods for centuries. The choice was still mine to make, but now I had more options than just dying. The light faded as quickly as it had come, leaving us in the dim twilight of the forest canopy. But something had changed. The skinwalkers were gone, not just hidden, but truly absent. I could feel the difference in the air, the lifting of a predatory presence that had been pressing down on us since we'd entered the circle. "They're not gone," Marcus said, voicing my own thoughts. "They're just waiting." The ground beneath us had stopped cracking, but I could still feel the presence below stirring restlessly. The circle's protection was holding, but barely. And now I understood why. The ancient power wasn't just a guardian, it was a trap. A way to hold dangerous things in place until they could be properly dealt with. "The Kitanawa didn't just appease the skinwalkers," I said, studying the pictographs more carefully. "They imprisoned them. This circle is a containment site." The symbols were becoming clearer as I looked at them with new understanding. They showed the skinwalkers being driven into the circle, then bound there by a combination of light, blood, and ritual. The Kitanawa hadn't been victims. They'd been wardens. "But something went wrong," Marcus said. "The bindings failed. Or were broken deliberately." I thought about Jake's knowledge of the area, his eagerness to bring us here. Jake knew exactly where to find this place. He's been here before. The realization was chilling. Jake hadn't just been hunting us. He'd been leading us to a specific location for a specific purpose. But why? I heard movement in the forest around us, careful and deliberate. The skinwalkers were returning, but they were being cautious now, staying out of sight. They'd learned to fear the circle's power, but they weren't giving up. "Show yourselves," I called out. "We know you're there." Jake's voice came from the darkness between the trees. "Clever. But understanding the trap doesn't mean you can escape it." "What do you want?" I asked. "What I've always wanted. For the old compact to be restored. For the hunting to resume without interference." His shape moved between the trees, staying just out of sight. "This circle has been a prison for too long. It's time for it to become a feeding ground again." "The Kitanawa bound you here," I said. "That's why you need human help to break free." "The bindings require willing participation," Jake confirmed. "Someone must choose to enter the circle and offer themselves to the power below. When they do, the seals weaken. Given enough sacrifices, they'll break entirely." I understood now. The missing hikers hadn't just been killed. They'd been brought here, to this circle, and convinced or forced to offer themselves to the ancient power. Each death had weakened the prison that held the skinwalkers. "How many?" I asked. "Dozens. Over the decades since the Kitanawa disappeared." Jake's voice was closer now, though I still couldn't see him. "But the seals are strong. It takes time, patience, and occasionally, someone fights back. Like the park ranger, Jennifer. Jennifer was different. She had some knowledge of the old ways, understood what she was facing. She managed to wound several of us before we could subdue her." Jake's laugh was bitter. Her transformation was incomplete. She retained too much of her human nature. That explained why the creature that had been Jennifer looked so wrong, so tortured. She'd been fighting the change from the inside, resisting the complete loss of her humanity. "But you need us for something specific," I said. "You didn't just want to hunt us. You brought us here deliberately." "Very good." Jake stepped into view at the edge of the circle, his form shifting between human and something else. "The final seal requires a specific type of sacrifice. Someone who understands what they're facing. Someone who chooses to break the binding knowingly." "And you think that's me?" "I think you're desperate enough to try anything to save your friend." and I think you're smart enough to understand that the circle will claim one of you regardless. The ground beneath us was beginning to warm again, and I could feel the presence below stirring more actively. Jake was right. The circle demanded a price for its protection, and that price was becoming due. But there's something you don't understand, I said. The bindings aren't just about sacrifice, they're about choice, and I choose to strengthen them, not break them. I pulled out my camera and began photographing the symbols again, but this time I was looking for something specific. In the pictographs, I'd seen images of humans performing rituals not just to appease the power below, but to commune with it, to understand its nature and purpose. The ancient power wasn't evil. It was a guardian, a protector created by the Kitanawa to hold dangerous things in place. But it had been corrupted by decades of unwilling sacrifices, turned from a guardian into a hungry predator. "What are you doing?" Marcus asked nervously. "Trying to understand what this place really is." I knelt and placed my hands on the ground, feeling the warmth beneath the earth. The Kitanawa didn't just imprison the skinwalkers. They created a guardian spirit to watch over them. But the guardian has been fed nothing but fear and unwilling death for so long that it's forgotten its original purpose. The presence below stirred at my words, and I felt a flicker of something that might have been recognition. The guardian spirit was still there, buried beneath layers of corruption and hunger. "The ritual isn't about sacrifice," I said. "It's about communion, about reminding the guardian what it was meant to protect." I began to speak to the presence below, not in words, but in intention. I showed it images of the forest as it should be, peaceful, protected, free from the predators that had corrupted it. I shared my understanding of the Kitanawa's original purpose, their role as protectors of the land and its spirits. The response was immediate and overwhelming. The guardian spirit surged upward, but not with hunger, with recognition. It had been waiting for someone who understood, someone who could help it remember its true nature. The stone circle blazed with light, and the symbols carved into the monoliths began to move, reshaping themselves into new patterns. The prison was transforming, becoming something more than just a containment site. Jake howled in rage and tried to rush the circle, but the light drove him back. The other skinwalkers emerged from the forest, their forms shifting desperately as they tried to escape the transforming power. "You don't understand what you're doing," Jake snarled. "You're not just binding us, you're binding yourself to this place. You'll never leave." He was right. I could feel the guardian spirit's gratitude, its desire to make me part of itself. It had been alone for so long, corrupted by unwilling sacrifices and forgotten purpose. Now it wanted to merge with someone who understood its nature. "There's another way," I said, both to Jake and to the spirit below. "The bindings don't require imprisonment. They require balance." I thought about the pictographs, about the original compact between the Kitanawa and the powers of the forest. It hadn't been about dominance or submission, but about coexistence. About understanding that humans were part of the natural world, not separate from it. "The skinwalkers aren't evil," I said. "They're predators, but every ecosystem needs predators to maintain balance. The problem is that they've been hunting without restraint, without the guidance of those who understood their role." The guardian spirit pulsed with interest. This was closer to its original purpose, not to imprison, but to maintain harmony between the human and spirit worlds. "I can't be your warden," I said, "but I can help you find a new way to maintain balance, a way that doesn't require endless sacrifice." The light from the circle began to change, becoming less harsh and more natural. The symbols on the stones shifted again, showing new images, humans and spirits working together, maintaining the delicate balance that allowed both to coexist. Jake and his pack were still there, but they were changing too. The wild, predatory aspects of their nature were being tempered by something else, a return to their role as part of the natural order rather than its destroyers. The compact, Jake said, his voice filled with wonder. You're restoring the original compact. Not just restoring it, I said. Evolving it. Creating something new that fits the modern world. The guardian spirit was beginning to settle back into the earth, but it was different now, cleaner, more focused. It had remembered its purpose, and that purpose was protection rather than consumption. What happens now? Marcus asked. Now we go home, I said. And we remember. We tell people about this place, about the need to respect the old powers and the old ways. We become part of the compact ourselves. But as I spoke, I knew it wouldn't be that simple. The guardian spirit had accepted my offer, but it had also marked me. I would never be entirely human again, never be entirely separate from the power of this place. The skinwalkers were changing too, their forms becoming more stable, more purposeful. They would still hunt, but according to the old rules, the old balance. And they would have someone to answer to, not just the guardian spirit, but the compact itself. The Kitanawa's legacy, I said. It's not just about the past. It's about the future, about finding a way for all of us to coexist. The sun was setting, and the forest was beginning to come alive with the sounds of normal wildlife. The oppressive silence was broken, replaced by the familiar sounds of owls and insects and small animals moving through the underbrush. We were still lost in the wilderness, still miles from civilization. But something fundamental had changed. The forest felt protective now rather than threatening, and I had the strange certainty that we would find our way home. But I also knew that home would never be the same. The compact had been renewed, but it came with responsibilities. I would have to return to this place, to serve as a bridge between the human and spirit worlds. And I would have to carry the knowledge of what I'd learned, the burden of maintaining the balance we'd helped restore. The skinwalkers were fading back into the forest, their forms becoming more natural, more integrated with the landscape. Jake paused at the edge of the clearing and looked back at me. Thank you, he said simply, for remembering what we were meant to be. Then he was gone, leaving us alone with the stone circle and the guardian spirit that slumbered peacefully beneath the earth. But our ordeal wasn't over. The forest was vast, and we were still lost, and there were other things moving in the darkness. Things that hadn't been part of the compact. Things that the guardian spirit would need help dealing with. The real test was just beginning. The forest felt different as we left the stone circle. Not just safer, but more alive. The oppressive silence was gone, replaced by the normal sounds of wildlife. Owls calling, insects chirping, the distant sound of water flowing over rocks. But I could also hear something else now, something that most people couldn't perceive. The whisper of the guardian spirit, guiding us towards safety. Which way? Marcus asked, shouldering his pack. I closed my eyes and listened to the spirit's guidance. It wasn't words exactly, but a sense of direction, a feeling of rightness that pulled me toward the northwest. That way, I said, pointing through the trees. We walked in silence for the first hour, both processing what we'd experienced. The compact I'd helped restore was already affecting the forest around us. Plants seemed greener, more vibrant. The air felt cleaner. And the paths through the undergrowth were becoming more distinct, as if the forest itself was helping us navigate. Are you okay? Marcus asked eventually. I considered the question. Physically, I was fine. Mentally, I was still reeling from what we'd seen and done. But spiritually, I was something other than human now. The guardian spirit had marked me, made me part of the compact. I could feel its presence in the back of my mind, a constant awareness of the forest's needs and moods. I'm different, I said finally. I can feel the forest now, feel the spirit world underneath our own. Is that good or bad? I don't know yet, but it's necessary. Someone needs to maintain the balance we've restored. We walked in comfortable silence after that, following the spirit's guidance through increasingly familiar terrain. My sense of direction, usually unreliable in dense forest, was now perfect. I could feel the pull of civilization, the weight of the human world pressing against the wilderness. But I could also feel other things. Pockets of wrongness where the natural order had been disrupted. Places where the barrier between worlds was thin, where things that shouldn't exist had pushed through into our reality. There, I said, pointing to a depression in the forest floor. Something's wrong there. Marcus looked where I was pointing, but saw nothing unusual. What is it? A wound in the land. Something died there that shouldn't have died. Something that was important to the forest's balance. I approached the depression carefully, my new senses prickling with warning. The ground was scorched, and the trees around it were withered and dying. But there was something else. A presence that was neither human nor spirit, but something caught between. Jennifer, I said, recognizing the tormented essence that lingered in the clearing. She's still here. The former park ranger's spirit was trapped in the place where she'd died, unable to move on because of the incomplete transformation she'd undergone. She was in agony, caught between human and skinwalker, unable to be either. Can you help her? Marcus asked. I knelt beside the scorched earth and extended my consciousness toward the trapped spirit. She was aware, intelligent, but driven mad by decades of existing in an impossible state. The skinwalkers had begun her transformation, but hadn't completed it, leaving her as something that couldn't survive in either world. Jennifer, I said softly, I can help you. But you have to let go. You have to stop fighting what you've become. The spirit's response was a wave of pain and confusion. She wanted to be human again, but that was impossible. She wanted to be a complete skinwalker, but that was equally impossible. She was trapped in a state that nature never intended. There's another way, I said. The compact allows for redemption. You can become something new. Something that serves the forest rather than being consumed by it. I felt the guardian spirit stirring, offering its guidance. There was a way to help Jennifer, but it would require her to accept a different kind of existence. She would have to become a guardian herself, a protector of the forest rather than a predator within it. You can have peace, I said, but you have to choose to serve something greater than yourself. The spirit's agony began to ease as she considered the offer. She had been a park ranger, someone who dedicated her life to protecting the wilderness. The idea of continuing that service, even in a different form, resonated with her core identity. Yes, she whispered, the word barely audible even to my enhanced senses. I accept. The transformation was immediate and profound. The scorched earth began to heal, and the withered trees straightened and grew new leaves. Jennifer's tormented spirit was still there, but it was no longer trapped. It was integrated into the forest itself, becoming part of the guardian network that would help maintain the compact. Thank you. Her voice came from everywhere and nowhere, carried on the wind through the trees. For showing me the way home. The depression in the forest floor was gone, replaced by a spring of clear water that bubbled up from the earth. The wounded land was healing, becoming a place of renewal rather than death. How many others are there? Marcus asked. I extended my awareness, feeling for other disturbances in the forest's natural order. There were several, places where the skinwalkers' hunting had left scars, where the barrier between worlds had been damaged, where spirits were trapped or corrupted. Dozens, I said. This is going to take time. But even as I spoke, I could feel other presences stirring. Jennifer's transformation had sent ripples through the spirit world, and other guardians were awakening. The compact was spreading, healing the wounds left by decades of imbalance. We continued our journey home, but but now it was as much about healing the forest as it was about finding our way back to civilization. At each site of disturbance, I worked to restore the natural balance, to help trapped spirits find peace, to repair the barriers between worlds. Some of the work was simple: cleansing corrupted springs, helping lost spirits find their way to the afterlife, removing the spiritual residue left by violent deaths. But some of it was more complex, requiring me to commune directly with the guardian spirit and learn the deeper mysteries of the compact. "You're changing," Marcus observed as we made camp for the night. He was right. Each act of healing was changing me, making me more connected to the forest and less connected to the human world. I could feel myself becoming something new, not human, not spirit, but something that could bridge the gap between the two worlds. "Is that frightening?" I asked. "A little, but also inspiring. You're becoming something the world needs." That night I dreamed of the Kitanawa, not as they'd been at the end, driven from their lands and scattered, but as they'd been at their height. A people who understood the balance between human and spirit, who served as guardians of the sacred places. In my dream, an old woman approached me. She wore traditional clothing and carried a staff carved with symbols that seemed familiar. "You have chosen the old path," she said, "the path of the guardian. But you must understand, this path has no end. You will serve the forest for as long as it needs you." "I understand," I said. "Do you? The human world will seem distant, unimportant. You will watch friends age and die while you remain. You will see the forest change. Species come and go, civilizations rise and fall. Are you prepared for that kind of existence?" I thought about Sarah, waiting for me at home. About my career, my life, my human connections. They all seemed suddenly fragile, temporary, but the forest was eternal, and the compact was necessary. "I'm prepared," I said. The old woman nodded. "Then you truly are Kitanawa now. The blood doesn't matter. The understanding does." When I woke, I found that the symbols from her staff were now carved into the bark of the tree I'd been leaning against. The forest was marking me, claiming me as its own. The final day of our journey was the hardest. We were getting close to civilization, and I could feel the pull of the human world growing stronger. But I could also feel the forest's reluctance to let me go, its need for someone who could serve as a bridge between worlds. "There," Marcus said, pointing through the trees. "I can see the parking area." The sight of our car, dusty and abandoned, was surreal after what we'd experienced. It belonged to another world, another life. But it also represented the possibility of return, of reconnection with the human world I'd left behind. "Are you coming?" Marcus asked as he loaded his pack into the trunk. I stood at the edge of the forest, feeling the guardian spirit's presence in my mind. It wasn't demanding that I stay, but it was making it clear that this was where I belonged now, where I was needed. "I'll be back," I said. "I have to explain to Sarah what happened. I have to figure out how to balance both worlds. And then I'll return. The forest needs a guardian, and I've accepted that responsibility." Marcus nodded, understanding. "Will you still be you?" "I hope so. But I'll be more than just me. I'll be part of something larger, something older, something necessary." We drove back to civilization in silence, both lost in our own thoughts. The radio played normal music, traffic reports, weather forecasts, the mundane concerns of the human world. But I could still feel the forest calling, still sense the guardian spirit's patient presence. When we reached the city, the weight of human emotion and activity was overwhelming. So many people, so many conflicts, so much noise and confusion. I understood why the spirits preferred the quiet of the wilderness. But I also understood that the human world needed protection too. The compact wasn't just about maintaining balance in the forest. It was about maintaining balance everywhere, helping humans remember their connection to the natural world. Sarah was waiting for me when I got home, and the reunion was everything I'd hoped for. But I could see the concern in her eyes, the way she studied my face as if looking for changes. "Something's different about you," she said that night as we lay in bed. "A lot of things are different," I admitted. "I've accepted a responsibility, something that will take me away from home regularly." "The forest?" "The forest, the spirits, the balance between worlds. It's hard to explain, but it's something I have to do." Sarah was quiet for a long time. Then she said, "Will you come back? Each time you leave, will you come back?" "As long as I can. As long as there's enough of me left to come back to. Then I'll wait. And I'll help however I can." That was 6 months ago. Since then, I've returned to the Kitanawa Forest dozens of times, each visit deepening my connection to the guardian spirit and the compact. I've helped heal corrupted sites, guided lost spirits to peace, and worked to maintain the delicate balance between human and spirit worlds. The skinwalkers are still there, but they're different now. They hunt according to the old rules, taking only what they need, serving as part of the forest's natural order rather than its destroyers. Jake has become something like a friend, a fellow guardian who understands the importance of balance. The missing hikers' families have been told their loved ones died in accidents, their remains lost in the wilderness. It's a kindness, really. The truth would be harder to bear, and it would serve no useful purpose. But I carry the truth with me, along with the responsibility of maintaining the compact. I've become something new, part human, part spirit, part guardian. It's not an easy existence, but it's a necessary one. The forest is healing. The balance is being restored. And somewhere in the deep woods, in a circle of ancient stones, a guardian spirit sleeps peacefully, knowing that the compact will be maintained for another generation. The old ways are returning, not as they were, but as they need to be. And I am part of that return, part of the bridge between worlds that allows both to coexist. Sometimes I wonder if I made the right choice. But then I feel the forest's gratitude, sense the spirit's peace, and know that some responsibilities are worth accepting, no matter the cost. The Kitanawa Trail is still there, still dangerous for those who don't understand the rules. But for those who do, for those who approach the forest with respect and understanding, it offers something precious, a glimpse of the world as it was meant to be, when humans and spirits lived in harmony. That's worth protecting. That's worth any sacrifice, even if the sacrifice is everything I used to be. I packed my gear with the methodical precision of someone who'd done this countless times before. The October air bit at my fingers as I loaded the truck, but I welcomed the familiar ritual. Work had been suffocating me for months. Endless meetings, deadlines that meant nothing, colleagues who spoke in corporate buzzwords. I needed the wilderness, needed to remember what silence sounded like without the hum of fluorescent lights. The campground I'd chosen was remote, 40 miles from the nearest town down a logging road that hadn't seen maintenance in years. Perfect. No cell towers, no other campers, just me and whatever piece I could salvage from 3 days alone. I'd researched the area thoroughly. Black bear activity was minimal this time of year. Weather forecasts called for clear skies, and the nearest ranger station was only a 2-hour hike if something went wrong. Nothing would go wrong. The campsite felt wrong from the moment I arrived. Not wrong in any way I could articulate. The clearing was perfectly adequate, with good drainage and wind protection from the surrounding pines. But something about the way the trees seemed to lean inward, creating shadows that stretched too far even in the afternoon sun, made my skin crawl. I'd been camping for 15 years. I trusted my instincts. But I'd driven 3 hours to get here, and the next closest site was another hour back down the mountain. I set up my tent with increasing unease. The silence wasn't the peaceful quiet I'd craved. It was oppressive, thick with an absence that felt deliberate. No bird calls, no rustling of small animals in the underbrush, no whisper of wind through the pine needles. Just my own breathing and the mechanical sounds of aluminum poles clicking into place. As I drove the final stake into the hard ground, I noticed the trees around the perimeter. Their bark was scored with deep, parallel gouges that ran from shoulder height down to the roots. The cuts were old, healed over with years of growth, but they circled the entire clearing like territorial markings. I told myself they were from logging equipment, though I'd never seen machine marks that uniform or extensive. Darkness fell with the sudden finality that only comes in deep wilderness. I'd built my fire larger than necessary, feeding it constantly to keep the flames dancing high. The warmth felt good, but it was the light I needed most. Beyond the circle of orange glow, the blackness was absolute. Not the soft darkness of suburban nights, but something that seemed to swallow sound and movement entirely. I tried to read by headlamp, but the words kept blurring together. Every few minutes, I found myself looking up, scanning the tree line for movement that never came. The fire popped and hissed, sending sparks spiraling into the void above. When I finally forced myself to bank the coals and retreat to my tent, the zipper seemed impossibly loud in the stillness. Inside my sleeping bag, I lay rigid and alert. The tent walls rippled gently in what should have been a soothing breeze, but each movement of the fabric made me tense. Hours passed. I checked my watch repeatedly. 11:30, 12:45, 2:15. When exhaustion finally began to blur the edges of my awareness, I heard it, a sound like breathing, slow and deliberate, just outside the tent wall nearest my head. I held my breath, straining to listen. The sound continued, rhythmic and unmistakably organic. Not wind, not fabric settling, but the measured inhalation and exhalation of something large. After what felt like an eternity, I worked up the courage to unzip the tent flap and shine my light into the darkness. Nothing. Just trees and shadows and the bitter scent of pine. I woke to find my fire completely cold, which shouldn't have been possible. I'd banked it properly, buried the coals under enough ash to keep them glowing until morning. But the pit contained nothing but gray powder that blew away when I stirred it with a stick. Around the dead fire, the earth was disturbed, not by wind or small animals, but by something that had deliberately scattered the ashes in a perfect circle. My food bag hung exactly where I'd left it, 12 feet up and 6 feet out from the nearest tree trunk. But the rope showed fresh fraying, as if something had tried to climb it during the night. The bag itself bore long tears that went completely through the fabric, shredding my carefully packed meals into a mixture of torn packaging and scattered crumbs. I spent the morning cataloging the damage and trying to rationalize what I'd found. Bears didn't behave this way. They were powerful enough to simply tear down anything in their path, not methodical enough to scatter ashes in geometric patterns. The rope fraying bothered me most. It was exactly what I'd expect to see if something with claws had attempted to climb it, something that weighed enough to put significant strain on the line. By noon, I'd convinced myself to stay another night. I had enough food for 2 more days if I was careful, and whatever had visited my camp had obviously moved on. The daylight made everything seem less threatening, more manageable. I even managed to laugh at my paranoia as I repaired the food bag with duct tape. While gathering firewood in the afternoon, I found them. 3 separate piles of bones, each about 50 yards from my campsite, arranged in rough triangles around the clearing. They were old, bleached white by seasons of weather, but they'd been deliberately placed. Small bones mostly, rabbits, squirrels, what might have been a fox. But mixed among them were larger pieces I couldn't identify. Long bones with deep score marks and joints that had been cleanly separated. The arrangement was too purposeful to be natural, too organized to be the work of scavengers. Each pile contained exactly 13 bones, laid out in the same spiral pattern. I counted 3 times to be sure. At the center of each spiral was a skull. Animal skulls, thankfully. but positioned to face directly toward my tent. I should have left then. Every rational part of my mind screamed at me to pack up immediately and drive back to civilization. But the sun was already low, and I'd heard too many stories about people getting lost on mountain roads in the dark. Better to wait until morning, keep a bigger fire, stay alert. Just one more night. As I built up my fire with shaking hands, I couldn't stop thinking about those skulls. Their empty sockets had seemed to track my movement as I'd discovered each pile. Impossible, of course. Just the psychological effect of finding something so disturbing. But every time I glanced toward the trees, I felt their hollow gaze following me. The second night was worse. Much worse. I fed the fire constantly, burning through most of my wood before midnight. In the dancing light, the trees seemed to shift and move, creating an endless illusion of figures just beyond the flames' reach. I told myself it was exhaustion and stress, that my mind was creating threats that didn't exist. Then I saw the eyes. Not the brief flash of reflected light you'd expect from a deer or raccoon, but a steady, intelligent gleam from multiple points around the clearing. They appeared one at a time, always at the edge of my vision, always at exactly the height where a person's eyes would be if they were standing just inside the tree line. When I turned my headlamp directly toward them, they vanished instantly, leaving only darkness and the rustle of branches. I counted at least 7 distinct positions where the eyes had appeared. They never moved closer, never retreated, just watched with patient persistence. By 3 a.m., I was burning anything combustible I could find. Camp chairs, part of my food packaging, even some of my own clothes. The fire had to stay bright. In the darkness between the flames and the trees, something was waiting. The watching continued until just before dawn, when the eyes simply faded away as the sky began to lighten. I was left alone with the smoking remains of my oversized fire, and the growing certainty that I was no longer the only thinking presence in these woods. I broke camp at first light, throwing my gear into the truck with desperate efficiency. The tent poles jammed in their connectors, the sleeping bag refused to compress properly, and my hands shook so badly I could barely grip the equipment. But I had to get out. Whatever was happening here had moved beyond my ability to rationalize or ignore. The truck started on the second try, rough and reluctant in the cold air. I'd never been so grateful to hear an engine turn over. As I pulled away from the clearing, I checked the rearview mirror one last time. The bone piles were gone. The entire area around my former campsite looked pristine and undisturbed, as if I'd never been there at all. The logging road seemed longer than I remembered, winding through dense forests that pressed close on both sides. Every turn looked identical to the last. Every landmark seemed to repeat itself in an endless loop. My GPS showed no signal, which wasn't unusual this deep in the mountains, but I'd driven this route just 2 days ago. I knew the way out. After an hour of driving, I passed my campsite again. The clearing appeared exactly as I'd left it, complete with the circular burn mark from my fire pit and the indentations where my tent stakes had been. But that was impossible. I'd been driving in a straight line down the mountain, following the only road out of the area. I stopped the truck and stared at the familiar space, trying to understand how I'd made a complete circle without realizing it. I've been driving for 6 hours now. The fuel gauge shows a quarter tank, dropping steadily toward empty. The logging road continues endlessly ahead, cutting through forest that never changes, never opens into the valleys I know must exist beyond these mountains. Every 30 minutes or so, I pass the clearing again, and each time something new has been added to the site. First it was the bone piles, back in their triangular arrangement around the fire pit. Then the trees around the perimeter began showing fresh scoring marks, as if something with very large claws had been sharpening them against the bark. The most recent time I passed, there were footprints in the soft earth around my former tent site, not animal tracks, but the deep impressions of bare human feet, far too large to belong to anyone I'd ever seen. The sun is setting again, and I know I'll have to stop soon. The truck can't run forever, and I'm starting to hallucinate from exhaustion and fear. The radio plays nothing but static, occasionally interrupted by voices speaking in languages I don't recognize. My cell phone has been dead since yesterday, though I clearly remember it being fully charged when I left home. I can see lights ahead now, flickering between the trees. Not electric lights, the warm, irregular glow of a campfire. I know it's my clearing. Know that whatever built that fire is waiting for me to run out of gas and join them in the darkness. But I also know I don't have a choice anymore. The engine is starting to cough. In a few minutes, I'll coast to a stop, and then I'll find out what's been watching me, what arranged those bones, what wanted me to stay so badly that it won't let me leave. God help me. I think I'm about to find out what happens to campers who don't make it home. The headlights are fading now. Something is walking toward the road from the direction of the fire, and I can almost make out its shape in the gathering dusk. I hope someone finds this journal. I hope they have better luck getting out than I did. The engine just died. My name is Alex Walker, and I'm 32 years old. I live in a small apartment in Asheville, North Carolina, barely scraping by on my meager salary as a park ranger. I took this job out of desperation a few years ago when I couldn't find any other work. The pay is low and the hours are long, but I do love being out in nature. Hiking and camping are my passions. I've worked as a ranger in state and national parks across the country: Isle Royale in Michigan, Crater Lake in Oregon, the Allegheny Forest in Pennsylvania, the Apostle Islands in Wisconsin. But my current post in the remote wilderness of Nantahala National Forest in North Carolina is by far the most challenging. Strange things have been happening lately. Hikers vanishing without a trace, eerie sounds echoing through the woods at night, and a permeating sense of being watched. The other rangers and I are on high alert, but we're understaffed and ill-equipped to deal with whatever is going on. Last night, I had a terrifying experience. I was alone in my watchtower, gazing out at the moonlit trees, when I saw a shadowy figure darting through the underbrush. It moved impossibly fast, more animal than human. I tried to follow it with my binoculars, but it disappeared into the darkness. A shiver ran down my spine. We'd been getting reports from campers about strange sightings in the woods. Ghostly apparitions, dark shapes stalking between the pines, glowing eyes peering out from the shadows. The old-timers in the nearby towns spoke of ancient legends, evil spirits that roamed the forest, seeking lost souls to drag into the depths. I'd always dismissed such tales as superstitious folklore, until now. Something is out there in those woods. Something unnatural. I can feel it in my bones. It's my job to keep the park visitors safe. But how can I protect them from an unknown threat? I radioed the central office, requesting backup and search parties to find the missing hikers. But so far, my calls have gone unanswered. We're on our own out here. Just me, a few other rangers, and the eerie presence lurking in the wilderness, waiting to strike. I've started keeping a journal to document the strange occurrences, in case something happens to me. If you're reading this now, it means I never made it back out of this forest alive. Please, tell my story so others know the truth. There's an evil older than these ancient woods, and it's hungry for human souls. It started with the disappearances. At first, it was just one or two hikers who failed to return from their backcountry trips. Concerning, but sadly not uncommon in a rugged wilderness like Nantahala. Experienced outdoorsmen can easily fall victim to the elements, getting lost, injuring themselves, falling into ravines. We mounted search parties but found no traces. Then more and more people began to vanish. Whole groups gone without a trace. Abandoned campsites with tents and gear still in place, untouched. Like they'd been abducted straight out of their sleeping bags. Panic slowly crept over the park staff. I tried to keep morale up, but I could see the fear in my colleagues' eyes. We all knew something unnatural was happening. I pored over old books and maps in the park archives, searching for any scrap of information. Buried in the dusty pages, I found whispered tales of dark forces in the woods, predating even the Cherokee who once roamed this land. Ancient, malevolent entities that demanded sacrifice and subsisted on human suffering. Was it possible such myths had a kernel of truth? I interviewed some old hunters at the Cedar Log Tavern in the nearest outpost of civilization, 50 miles from the park borders. They spoke of hearing chilling shrieks and howls echoing through the night forest, of finding mutilated deer carcasses dangling in trees, nearly drained of blood. The oldest man leaned across the table, his hoarse whisper barely audible over the honky-tonk music. The hungry ones are back, just like 50 years ago when campers were found ripped to pieces. That night, I dreamed of twisted, emaciated figures emerging from the mist between the trees, their bodies contorted like gnarled roots, their eyes black pits. I woke in a cold sweat as an inhuman wail pierced the night outside my cabin window. Coyotes, I told myself, but coyotes never sounded so tortured, so hungry. A young couple failed to check in the next morning after camping near Lucifer Falls. Another search, another dead end. Surveying the abandoned tent, I noticed large swaths of fallen pine needles violently kicked up like there had been a ferocious struggle. On a broken fir bough nearby, a single scrap of plaid flannel snagged and fluttering in the breeze. It was stained with something rust-colored that flaked beneath my fingernail. My heart turned to black ice. I'm patrolling the park trails from dawn till dusk now, my senses on high alert, jumping at every snapped twig and bird call. I've started carrying my loaded hunting rifle, even though it's against protocol. The forest seems to close in around me, the shadows between pines deepening even at noon. I know I'm being stalked by an evil that's always just out of sight, waiting for me to let my guard down. The darkest day came with the mist. I awoke to find the world outside my cabin window erased, replaced by a thick silver fog that swallowed all sound and light. Uneasily, I made my way to park headquarters to check in with the superintendent and other rangers. But the outpost stood deserted, chairs knocked over, papers scattered. No vehicles in the parking lot, no tracks in the muddy gravel besides my own. Fighting rising panic, I tried the radio. Only harsh static answered. All the Park Service channels, dead air. I was alone in a silent sea of fog and trees, the weight of solitude crushing my chest. With an ominous sense of déjà vu, I recalled my night terrors about shambling, hungry shapes in the mist. The hair on my nape prickled. I spent hours fruitlessly searching for any sign of my coworkers or campers throughout the shrouded forest, calling until my voice went hoarse. Nothing but the echo of my own desperation amid the dripping leaves. Cold dread settled in my marrow with the realization that whatever malevolent force stalked this wilderness had made its move, a full-scale assault. When the mist began to dissipate that evening, I spotted smoke rising above the hills in the direction of a backcountry trail shelter, the distinctive black plume of burning hardwood and evergreen sap. My surge of hope sank to horror as I approached the source. The trail shelter had been reduced to a pile of charred, smoldering timber. It looked like it had been blasted apart from within. Viscous splatters of crimson crisscrossed the splintered logs. Bits of red pulp and shredded fabric littered the leaf mold. The noxious stench of burned flesh mingled with scorched pine sap, making me gag. I didn't have to see bodies to know the gruesome demise met by the shelter's occupants. A faint, gurgling moan made me spin around, reaching for my rifle. There between two pines, a figure crouched over the prone form of a man in a ranger uniform, its spindly hands working in jerky motions. In the dying light, I glimpsed ash-gray skin, skeletal limbs, a head like a grotesque gourd. The thing whipped around to face me, black eyes glittering like beetle shells above a lamprey mouth lined with needle teeth. Blood dripped from its chin. I fired on pure instinct. The bullet punctured the entity's chest with a wet thud, sending it staggering back into the shadows. But it did not fall. To my horror, the dark hole in its emaciated sternum sealed shut like a zipper, edges of fetid gray flesh knitting together. A wheezing rattle issued from its throat, building to an enraged shriek that sent every bird erupting from the treetops in a cacophony of alarm calls. Then it charged me, moving with a jerky, marionette gait almost too fast to track. In sheer panic, I turned and ran, sprinting wildly through the trees as the creature's shrieks and loping footfalls echoed behind me. Branches slapped my face and snagged my uniform. My heart felt like it would explode. Ahead, through the blue twilight, I spotted a 2-track dirt road, one of the backcountry access routes. An olive green Park Service Jeep sat parked in the center, driver's door ajar. I threw myself into the vehicle, fumbling the key into the ignition with shaking hands as the shrieks grew closer. The engine roared to life. In the rearview mirror, I glimpsed the entity burst from the tree line onto the road behind me in a flurry of dead leaves, galloping after the vehicle on all fours like a ravenous ape. I slammed the accelerator, tires spitting gravel and pine needles. The thing kept pace for a few yards, its banshee screams ripping the dusk, before falling away in the dust. I didn't dare stop until I reached the deserted park headquarters, drenched in icy sweat, gasping. With dread, I realized the horrific truth. One of the ancient hungry ones from folklore had risen from its long sleep, and its ravenous brethren would soon follow. The primal evil that haunted this forest was real, and now it knew I was here, fighting it. There would be no help or backup. Rifle clutched in my shaking hands, I barricaded myself in the HQ to wait out the night, jumping at every creak of timber, while a chorus of distant unholy howls rose with the moon beyond the pines. I couldn't save the others. The only thing left to do was to try to survive and bear witness, to warn the world of the hungry dark before it could spread. If it wasn't already too late. I barely slept that night, shotgun across my knees, jumping at every creak and groan of the old ranger station. The hungry ones howled in the darkness beyond the walls, an unspeakable hunger in their alien voices. In the gray pre-dawn, I scoured the cabinets and lockers, gathering supplies, extra ammunition, flare gun, first aid kit, some MREs. Anything that might help me survive against the horrors lurking in the forest. With the sun, I emerged into an eerily silent park. No birdsong, no chatter of squirrels or chipmunks. Just the crunch of my boots on gravel and the hammering of my heart. At the vehicle depot, I found most of the Jeeps torn open like tin cans, seats shredded, glass and metal strewn across oil-stained concrete. A few drops of blood spattered the ground. I salvaged what I could and sped off in the last working SUV. I drove the winding park roads for hours, searching for any park staff or visitors. But the campgrounds and cabins stood deserted, many ransacked. Backpacks spilling clothes, collapsed and slashed tents, blackened fire pits beside dented cookware. At the Cedar Creek backcountry site, I found only a single hiking boot, the foot still inside, gnawed to a bloody stump at the ankle. Fighting nausea, I realized the hungry ones had free rein over the entire park, and likely had already glutted themselves on dozens of victims. How long had their dark influence spread unchecked while I hid like a coward? In the Jeep's glove box, amid crumpled maps and candy wrappers, I found a leather-bound journal. It belonged to the park's historian, Evelyn. The last entry, dated a week ago, described her research into the area's folklore and a 19th-century fur trapper's account of a wild man that stalked him through these woods, its eyes black as coal and hungry as winter. A guttural cry in the trees shattered my focus. I looked up to see a gaunt figure drop from a pine bough onto the Jeep's hood, a twisted parody of a man, gray skin stretched over protruding ribs and scapulae, its skull elongated like it had been crushed in a vice. It scrabbled at the glass with cracked blackened nails, leaving oily smears. I fired the shotgun through the windshield, pulverizing the creature's chest in a burst of glass and gore. To my horror, it continued to writhe and shriek, dark blood oozing from the gaping wound. Its torso pulsed as things pushed out from within the cavity, a repulsive mass of snaking entrails and writhing centipedes. Revulsed, I threw the Jeep into reverse, sending the abomination tumbling to the dirt. In the mirror, I watched its ruptured carcass pull itself up with jerky, unnatural movements and lope into the underbrush. I sped away, Evelyn's journal and a singular thought clutched tight. If I couldn't stop these nightmares, the hungry ones would soon spread their corruption beyond the park's borders, an insatiable plague loosed upon the world. Leafing through Evelyn's journal, I began to piece together the dark history buried in this forest. The fur trapper's terrified account was just the start. In the 1920s, a WPA crew building park roads vanished without a trace. Decades later, a Boy Scout troop turned up dead at their campground, mutilated. The wild man sightings continued, a hiker in the 60s raving about a walking shadow that dragged his friend away into the night. The attacks seemed to surge every 30-40 years, when the hungry ones would rise like cicadas to feed, then hibernate, dead, but dreaming. Evelyn theorized the entities had a source, a heart of darkness they spawned from. An old mining map showed a strange blank space deep in the park's interior, unlabeled, where she believed a cave system might hide some macabre secrets. But before I could ponder that further, a barrage of muddy thuds and shrieks bombarded the jeep from all sides. Bony silhouettes darted between the roadside pines, moving to cut me off. I gunned the engine, tires spitting dirt and pine needles. In the mirror, dozens of contorted shapes boiled out of the forest behind me, scrambling and bounding in my wake. Their guttural howls turned my stomach to ice. I had to get off the road. It was too easy for them to surround me. I turned down a narrow spur track into the west quarter of the park, bouncing over ruts and sending saplings scraping the undercarriage. My knuckles ached from gripping the steering wheel. The trail dead-ended at a ranger watchtower. I leapt from the jeep and scrambled up the rickety stairs. The tower's plywood shelter was barely 4 feet square, a cramped cube with screened window slits on each wall. I barricaded the trapdoor with my pack and extra MRE rations, just as the first of the creatures burst from the tree line. They came in a ravenous wave of writhing limbs and gnashing teeth, hurling themselves at the tower's base. It shuddered under their impact. Pallid hands scrabbled at the support posts. Malformed skulls gnashed and clacked, splintering wood. The air filled with their gibbering and my stuttering breath. I emptied my shotgun into the mass, the muzzle flash painting freeze frames of hellish faces and ruptured bodies that refused to die. Claws gouged the floor inches from my feet. I stabbed and kicked, my boots finding spongy flesh and brittle bonework that reknit before my eyes. The tower's supports splintered. The platform tilted precariously. In desperation, I fired a flare straight up into the night sky. The red trail sizzled heavenward for an eternal instant before bursting into a miniature sun, bathing the canopy crimson and throwing the horde below into stark relief, all jutting ribs and gaping mouths. To my shock, the creatures recoiled from the searing brightness with shrieks of pain, shielding their cavernous eye sockets. They scattered to the shadows, leaving a few withered husks smoldering on the forest floor. Panting, I realized what I'd discovered. The hungry ones feared the light. Perhaps that's why they hibernated in lightless caves for decades between feedings. Fierce hope kindled in my chest, warring with exhaustion. If I could just hold out until dawn. But true night was still hours away, and I had only 3 flares left. The creature's bulbous eyes glinted from the underbrush, patient and ravenous. My gaze fell on the jeep, on its glove box stuffed with crumpled maps. On the Forest Service roads, snaking into the blank space at the heart of the park, where no trails went. I knew what I had to do. I had to take the battle to the hungry ones' lair, face the source of their evil. It was time for this nightmare to end, one way or another. Evelyn had given her life to find the truth. Now it was up to me to ensure her sacrifice wasn't in vain, and that the world would never fall victim to the hungry dark waiting in these woods. I leapt from the watchtower and sprinted for the jeep, flare gun gripped tight. The hungry ones surged from the shadows in my wake, their grasping claws snatching at my heels. I vaulted into the driver's seat and slammed the door just as a gnarled fist punctured the window, showering me with cubes of safety glass. Shoving the clutch to the floor, I crashed through the creature's ranks, the Jeep's bumpers and fenders crumpling against their desiccated bodies with sickening thuds. In the rearview mirror, I saw them pull their broken forms from the dirt and give chase, mouths agape, dead eyes alight with malice. I sped down the eroded mining track that snaked northeast through the forest, tires spinning on layers of mulched leaves and mud. According to Evelyn's maps, these trails led to a series of abandoned hematite mines from the 1800s and a cursed cave sacred to the Hungry Ones. With grim resignation, I knew I had to find their foul grotto and destroy it, or die trying. There could be no other end. The road gradually deteriorated into sluices of scree and sapling scrub. Beyond the Jeep's bloodied headlights, the inky tree line crowded close. Things moved in the roadside bracken, darting shadows and spidery limbs and unblinking eyes. They were pacing me, herding me deeper into their dark heart. The Jeep bounced and shuddered up an incline of muddy ruts. I crested a ridge, and below in the headlight beams sprawled a lost mining settlement reclaimed by the elements. Heaps of rotting timbers, collapsed stone chimneys, rusted machinery upthrust from the soil like the fossils of strange beasts. A few fungal phosphorescents glowed in the chinks and shadows. Nothing human had trod this blighted ground in a century. I stopped the Jeep at the camp's moldering fringe and stepped out into a silence thick as loam. No more howls or rustling in the underbrush. Just the whisper of wind through desiccated boughs and the creak of my boots on ancient boards. The Hungry Ones had withdrawn for now, knowing their quarry could flee no further. With the finality of a tomb door closing, I entered the largest ramshackle structure, perhaps once the mining office. Yellowed documents and frontier detritus littered the floor, cracked lanterns, rusted pickaxes, scraps of vulcanized rubber. I searched the brittle papers by flickering flashlight, seeking any final scrap of information to guide me. In the rotted desk drawers, I found another leather-bound journal, this one nearly crumbling to the touch. The first page bore a single line in spidery script. Cyrus Blackwood, foreman, Nantahala Iron Mines, 1897. Heart-pounding, I turned the pages with shaking fingers. The final entries spoke of a great evil unearthed by the miners in a cave called Starve Hollow Gulch, of men gone missing in the lightless depths, of a tribal shaman's warnings to seal the tunnels with dynamite, lest the Hungry Ones wake ravenous from their ancient slumber. But the mining company, seeking profit, had refused. "The mountain bled black this morning," one passage read. Jonas emerged from the mine pale as milk glass, raving about how the shadows moved below, and skittering noises in the dark, and eyes. So many eyes in the void. Hungry eyes. I flipped to the last page. My blood turned to ice melt. "The gulch has taken them all. It is too late. God forgive me." A map was tucked into the journal's back cover, sketched in faded pencil on cracked parchment. A twisting line led to a black X scrawled in the hills, an arrow pointing to two dread words: Starve Hollow. No sooner had I grasped this revelation than a bone-chilling howl went up from the forest, echoed by a chorus of others. A flurry of shadows streaked past the broken windows. They knew I'd uncovered their secrets, and now they were coming for me. I burst from the mining office into chaos. The Hungry Ones boiled out of the night woods, pouring between the skeletal buildings, jerky gait belying their preternatural speed. The closest ones bunched and leapt from the camp's perimeter, mummified faces contorted with glee. I fired a flare into their midst, the harsh magnesium glare throwing back the tide of grasping limbs an instant before they reached me. Smoldering, they shrank from the crimson starbursts, keening. But more were coming, dozens, their malformed silhouettes clogging the gaps between fungus-riddled beams. I sprinted for the Jeep, pulse a war drum in my ears. Glancing at the map, I wrenched the wheel hard toward a gap in the trees, tires spinning on carpet of moldy leaves and wood chips. A steep track gulched with erosion scars climbed into the hills northeast toward the X marking the mine. Broken scenery strobed past the cracked windshield. Deadfalls of hemlock and spruce, banks of massive ferns, jutting outcroppings of dark, glistening stone. Mist threaded the high boughs, obscuring the sickle moon. Spindly shapes scuttled in the rearview mirror's edges, pacing me, yellow eyes like penlights in the gloom. The Jeep bounced and shuddered over ever-worsening terrain. The transmission grinding in my ears mingled with their skittering and rustling behind. My knuckles were bloodless against the steering wheel. There could be no thoughts but to reach the gulch before they overwhelmed me. At last, the track reached a small shelf in the mountain's flank and ended at a head-high hole in a cliff face of obsidian schist, hideously organic in its dimensions, like a petrified maw. A few rotting beams framed the entrance, a cairn of bones heaped to one side. The hungry ones had savaged any creature foolish enough to seek shelter in their den. I pulled to a stop, grabbed my rifle and pack, and leapt from the Jeep. The instant my boots hit soil, a tide of howling bodies burst from the trees, charging. I planted my feet, took aim at the closest one, and fired. The slug blew a hole through its skull the size of a rotten apple, but the creature barely slowed, ragdoll arms swinging. I turned to flee into the mine, but the hungry ones were too fast. 3 of them threw themselves on my back, cold fingers sinking into my scalp and neck, ancient nails drawing blood. We fell together across the bone pile in a writhing mass of torn uniforms and leprous flesh. I groped desperately for the flare gun, for a rock, a rusted pickaxe, anything. My hand closed on something rounded, half buried in the bones, ridged like a pine cone. I swung it up in an arc, bashing the creature trying to gouge out my eyes. There was a brittle crunch, and it fell away, black blood gushing from a staved-in temple. In a blink, I realized what I'd grabbed. A human skull, pitted and stained with rich earth. I staggered upright, wielding it like a macabre cudgel. Crazed strength flowed through me, the madness of survival. The hungry ones swarmed, and I laid into them, pulping heads, smashing limb from limb, a savage roar in my throat. But there were too many, an endless stream of horrors. For every one I bludgeoned into the mud, 3 more took its place, lacerating my face and arms, jagged teeth gnashing for an artery. I screamed and kicked and raged, but it was no use. They bore me down, a mass of icy flesh pinning me in the churned soil and bones. Clawed fingers found my throat, my eyes, black spots swimming across my vision, the pulse in my skull a dying ember. This was the end then, the fate of all those I'd failed to save. I would be rendered and devoured, my tattered remnants left to molder at the entrance of their vile gulch. Just one more forgotten victim. With my last fading thought, I raised my head and sank my teeth into the fetid wrist throttling me, biting until I tasted ash and spoiled meat. The creature reared back, screeching, and in that infinitesimal instant of freedom, I flung myself toward the mine entrance, a final spasm of defiance. I hit the gravelly floor of the tunnel in a limp roll and scrambled deeper into the inky maw on all fours, gravel and stony shards cutting my palms. Behind me, the hungry ones seethed at the threshold, their luminous eyes and nails floating in the blackness. But they did not follow. Some invisible barriers seemed to hold them at bay, repelling them like matched magnets. They massed there just outside the shaft, all sinewy arms and distended jaws and eyes. Eyes, eyes. A wall of pale, malevolent stars throbbing with ancient hunger. And then realization crashed through my foggy brain like a tank of icy water. The hungry ones could not enter the mine, not without a human to guide them into the abyss where they were spawned eons ago. That's why they had chased me here, herded me to this nightmarish door. I was to be their key, their vessel to unleash their charnel foulness on the world again. Despair pressed me to the cold stone, heavy as a yoke of iron and just as unyielding. Hot tears spilled down my ravaged cheeks. I couldn't go back, but to go forward into the gullet of their lair was just as sure a death. There had never been any hope of escape. They had been playing me for a fool this entire time. In the distance behind the seething horror at the mouth of the tunnel, a gray pre-dawn glow limned the mist-shrouded treetops. The night was ending, but my long final night was just beginning. There was nowhere to go but down into the black heart of the mountain to face the progenitor of all my battles and fears. I stood on quaking legs, drawing my last threads of courage around me like a tattered cloak. The hungry ones crouched in the tunnel mouth, a phalanx of shadowed limbs and teeth and unholy anticipation, waiting for me to lead them into the primordial womb that had disgorged them upon the world again and again over the eons, waiting for access to their queen. With leaden feet, rifle clutched before me like an amulet, I started into the mine's black gullet, flare gun a comforting weight against my hip. The tunnel's strange geology swallowed the pre-dawn light after a dozen paces, and I clicked on my flashlight. The bobbing orb illuminated close-pressing walls of rippled obsidian, glinting like black ice. Behind me, I heard the hungry ones surge forward into the shaft, their long-denied homecoming a tide of scraping claws and gnashing teeth and guttural snarls. They dogged my stumbling steps, pacing me, cruel eyes boring into my back with palpable weight. One reached out to stroke my neck with a palsied hand, glee and hunger pulsing in its caress. The tunnel wound down in serpentine coils, the floor alternately natural shale and rotted wooden slats. A foul miasma hung in the air, ripe with the musk of centuries' undisturbed loam and ancient decay. The walls grew damp, beaded with an oily sheen. Puddles in the uneven floor held floating clouds of luminescent spores, eldritch will-o-wisps. Time lost all meaning in that abyssal maw. I wandered in the press of dripping stone and Venus roots and grasping fungal blooms for an eternity, each bend in the passage revealing only more of the same black nightmare. The skittering of my unnatural entourage receded to a background drone, though I could feel the heat of their covetous gazes. At last, the tunnel opened into a vast sunken vault, the space shot through with curtains of phosphorescent mushrooms and ropes of calcite. A few rotting wooden structures dotted the cavern's edges, collapsed lift scaffolds, a few stacks of crumbling barrels. And at the chamber's nadir, a roiling black lake, its surface pocked with skeletal shapes. I crept to the edge of the subterranean mere and shone my light into the icy depths. Suspended in the peaty water like macabre ornaments were dozens of human remains in varying states of decay. The missing hikers, my fellow rangers, their open mouths frozen in eternal screams. As I watched, a few sank into the black murk, while others rose as if on puppet strings to take their place. And I knew then the terrible truth. This was how the hungry ones replenished their ranks after each cyclical culling. The icy waters preserved their fleshy shells, while the pit of roots, as the tribal legends called it, nourished the evil animating them from below. A self-sustaining colony of darkness defiling the land's forgotten corner. As the revelation crashed over me, I felt my strength give out at last. I couldn't fight this. Couldn't overcome a malignance that had festered in the depths for untold centuries before humanity's first footprints in the loam. All my efforts had been futile. Evil would always grow again in the cracks, the shadows, the blind spaces beneath the world. I sank to my knees at the pit's edge, watching the bobbing husks of those I'd failed. The hungry ones fanned out around me, a susurrating, gleeful mass, waiting for me to surrender myself to the black water, to join my friends in their numb, blind servitude, waiting to be loosed upon the world in a dark tide by the lifting of the last human obstacle. In my despair, my gaze fell on the rotting timbers at the cavern's fringe, and Evelyn's final words echoed in my exhausted brain. The shaman urged us to seal the tunnels with dynamite, lest they wake ravenous. And like a lightning strike, desperate purpose galvanized my nerves, sent power surging back into my drained limbs. Seal the tunnels. I still had one card left to play, a final sheaf to lay upon this dark altar. I lunged for the nearest stack of decaying barrels, the hungry ones scattering in surprise. A few bore faded labels in archaic script, Danger Explosives. Weeping with mad hope, I ripped the cap from my flare gun and rammed the phosphorus tip into the wood's soft rot, crimson flame blooming. As the conflagration spread, I dashed to the next stack and repeated the process, trails of sparks chasing me. The creatures howled in rage and consternation, their unified purpose shattering. Some surged for me in a chittering wave, while others milled in confusion. I ran along the pit's perimeter, touching the torch to every moldy crate and barrel, darting from gnarled hands and snapping teeth. Flames billowed and coiled through the chamber, sucking the oxygen to a stifling miasma. At last, I turned and sprinted back up the mine shaft, the inferno roaring behind me, the acrid bite of ancient chemicals filling my lungs. The hungry ones shrieked and gibbered in my wake, engulfed in clouds of spitting embers. I felt claws snag my shirt, my hair, but I pushed on, the promise of the nearing dawn a siren song. I burst from the tunnel mouth into the gray forest a moment before the world ended. With an earth-shattering roar, the mountain bucked and heaved, fire and smoke erupting from the high crags. The cliffs crumpled inward like rotted cloth, burying the accursed gulch beneath 1,000,000 tons of rubble. Trees snapped and were hurled like javelins, and I was flung a dozen yards by the blast wave into a cushion of fern and humus. For a long moment, I lay stunned on my back, watching ashes and embers spiral across the pre-dawn sky like macabre snow. The echoes of the explosion rang in my bruised skull. Slowly, shakily, I sat up, marveling at my survival. For a long moment, I lay stunned on my back, watching ashes and embers spiral across the pre-dawn sky like macabre snow. The echoes of the explosion rang in my bruised skull. Slowly, shakily, I sat up, marveling at my survival. The hungry ones were gone, consumed by the cave-in or banished back to whatever primordial maw had first belched them upon the world. The land's wound would scab over and heal, its fell secrets buried deep, and eventually fade into half-remembered ghost stories once again. But I would never forget. I would carry the scars, inside and out, for the rest of my days. I limped through the hushed forest, stepping over shattered trunks and smoldering craters, as the first fingers of dawn pried at the horizon. Overhead, a raven flew silently between the branches, regarding me with ebon eyes that held no hunger, no malice, just simple animal wisdom, nature's order restored. At last, I emerged from the trees near the abandoned mining camp. Mist wreathed the fungus-riddled ruins, stirring with motes of ash. The air felt preternaturally still, cleansed, like after a thunderstorm. In the distance, I spotted my battered jeep, still miraculously upright on the overgrown track. I clambered inside, fumbling for the radio. Static hissed from the speakers for a long, terrifying moment. Then a voice crackled to life, high and tense with worry, but achingly human. Nantahala Ranger Station to all field units. Come in. Repeat. Ranger Station to Alex Walker. Please respond. Over. I shut my eyes and exhaled a shuddering breath I felt like I'd been holding for days. They must have seen the explosion, must be sending rescue choppers even now. It was over. I was going home. I pressed the talk button, fighting back tears. Ranger Walker to base, I read you. Over. Alex, thank God. What's your 20? Are you all right? Over. I looked out through the cracked windshield at the brightening forest, battered, but calm, tranquil. The marks of its battles would fade with time, even as mine never would. But for now, there was peace. The hungry ones were gone. I had won. Affirmative, base, I said. Shook up, but intact. I'm at the old trailhead off Laurel Ridge Road. I've got quite a story to tell you, and a warning. Roger that, Alex. You can tell us everything soon. Bird is spinning up now. ETA your position 15 minutes. Just sit tight. You're going to be okay. Over. Copy. Base. Sitting tight. Walker out. I set the radio down with numb fingers and leaned back against the headrest. The sun broke over the mountainside, washing the woods in gold. I closed my eyes and let its warmth play across my battered face. There would be debriefings, reports, endless questions I had no sane answers for. There would be nightmares, scars, and the knowledge that true evil lurked in the forgotten spaces of the world. But for now, I let myself drift in the light. I had done my duty. I had given everything. and I had won. I had faced the hungry dark and lived to see the dawn.